Chapter 5284. Little did he know that he was overthinking. Lin Yi's technique could only be used on brainless beasts like the ancient giant lizard. It was useless against a golden core expert of his level. Even a Foundation establishment expert would not be affected at all, let alone a golden core expert. It could only be used to deal with ordinary people. However, Xue Jianfeng did not know this. He was now like a bird, startled by the mere twang of a bough. He was extremely fearful. Even though he was a golden core perfected expert now, his divine sense had not made any substantial progress. It was almost his weakest link, so he had no choice but to be fearful. Seeing Lin Yi's gaze sweep over, Xue Jianfeng immediately shivered. Afraid that he would have evil thoughts, he quickly forced a smile and said, "Thank you for your help." Although he said so, in his heart, he could not wait to quickly think of a way to kill Lin Yi, biting the hand that feeds him. This guy was a typical ingrate. "No need, I'm not here for you." Lin Yi pursed his lips. "Then let's part ways here." Xue Jianfeng was extremely cautious when he said this, afraid that Lin Yi would suddenly attack him. Although there was Bing Wuqing, a friend present, and he did not believe that a Foundation establishment perfected expert like Lin Yi could defeat a golden core perfected expert like him. The scene just now was too shocking. This guy could not be calculated with common sense. As expected, Lin Yi had no intention of letting him go just like that. He stretched out his hand to stop him. "Wait, what do you want?" Xue Jianfeng immediately felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. At the same time, he desperately winked at Bing Wuqing, hoping that she would help him deal with Lin Yi. Even though they had their own ulterior motives when dealing with the ancient giant lizard, they were both members of the organization. He believed that Bing Wuqing would not turn against him over such a matter of principle, because that would be equivalent to betraying the organization. Little did he know, Bing Wuqing was not one of his people at all, but one of Lin Yi's people. He was really thinking too much. "Where's Lung Lung?" Lin Yi stared at him with an unfriendly expression. Although he didn't know what would happen after arriving at the primordial monitor lizard's territory, one thing was certain. Before this, there was no doubt that Xue Jianfeng had been chasing after Lung Lung. It would be fine if Lung Lung was safe and sound, but if anything were to happen to her, Lin Yi would never let Xue Jianfeng off today. "She escaped long ago." Xue Jianfeng hurriedly answered. "Really?" Lin Yi was skeptical. He ordered the water lily clone, not far away. "Check it out." Xue Jianfeng was stunned when he heard that. Only now did he finally notice the unfamiliar face beside Duan Muyu, and he couldn't help but be secretly surprised. Where did this person come from? He had more or less an impression of all the disciples who participated in the trial, but there was no such person. Moreover, Lin Yi actually asked him to investigate Lung Lung's matter. How was he supposed to investigate? At this moment, Bing Wuqing stepped forward to testify. "Cole did escape. I saw her leave with my own eyes." "Is that so?" Lin Yi heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't have to think to know that it was Bing Wuqing who saved Lung Lung from Xue Jianfeng's hands. At this moment, the water lily clone also said that woman escaped safely and has now met up with the group from before. "That's good." Lin Yi nodded. "Can I leave now?" Xue Jianfeng didn't dare to stay any longer. Without waiting for Lin Yi's reply, he quickly retreated. At the same time, he said to Bing Wuqing in dissatisfaction, "Aren't you going to remove your stupid cage?" Bing Wuqing frowned when she heard that and glanced at Lin Yi. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't object, she then waved her hand to remove the merciless ice threads. Xue Jianfeng used the spectral snow steps without hesitation and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. For him, it seemed that the current Lin Yi was far more frightening than the primordial giant lizard. Lin Yi looked thoughtfully at the direction in which this guy had left. Actually, Xue Jianfeng deserved to die 100 times for daring to attack Lung Lung and the others. It was just that Lin Yi's current strength and realm were too low. It was easier said than done to deal with an expert of Golden Core perfected. Of course, it wasn't impossible to really fight. After all, he also had Bing Wuqing, who was of Golden Core perfected, on his side. The key problem was that Lin Yi's current state was like an arrow at the end of its flight. He couldn't do anything. However, Lin Yi didn't show any of it on his face. He still maintained his calm demeanor. He looked at Bing Wuqing and asked, "What's up with this guy? It seems like there's something he can't let us know." Thinking about it carefully, Xue Jianfeng's behavior just now was actually very unusual. It was true that he was shocked by Lin Yi's shocking means, but he was still an expert of Golden Core perfected. Moreover, Bing Wuqing was with him in name. There was absolutely no need for him to be afraid of Lin Yi, and there was no need for him to put on such a fleeing posture. There must be something going on. That's right. Ever since he entered this primordial trial ground, he has been acting suspiciously. I was also very puzzled, so I have been following him. It's just that, until now, I still haven't figured out his intentions. Bing Wuqing nodded. It was also because of this that she could save Lung Lung in time. Otherwise, with the primordial trial ground being so huge, how could there be such a coincidence? He didn't notice you? Lin Yi was a little surprised. Both of them were experts of Golden Core perfected. Even if Bing Wuqing had a deeper foundation, she shouldn't have been able to follow them all the way without being noticed. No matter what, Xue Jianfeng wasn't an ordinary person. His senses shouldn't be so slow, right? I have this. Bing Wuqing raised her hand. An invisible ice thread was wrapped around her fingertip, which was connected to the direction that Xue Jianfeng had left. There was no doubt that the other end of the thread was on Xue Jianfeng. No wonder. Lin Yi suddenly understood. With this merciless ice thread as a guide, Bing Wuqing only had to follow far behind. There was no need for her to get close to the other's sensing range. As long as Xue Jianfeng didn't notice this trick, she would never be able to escape his tracking. Then Bing Wuqing consulted. Do as you wish. Continue to keep an eye on him. I happen to be worried about this guy. Anyway, Lin Yi waved his hand. Since Xue Jianfeng dared to attack Lung Lung and the others, there would be a second time. With Bing Wuqing keeping an eye on him, it would be good to eliminate this hidden danger. Besides, if Bing Wuqing kept following him, it would be troublesome if she was seen by others. All right, Bing Wuqing responded, but she didn't leave immediately. Instead, she turned her gaze to the other people present. The first to bear the brunt was Fei Yangsheng, who was the closest. Chapter 52:85. Fei Yangsheng's expression gave Bing Wuqing a clear message. This guy was not Lin Yi's man. Her relationship with Lin Yi could not be exposed yet, so to be safe, she might as well kill him to silence him. Once she was determined to kill, Bing Wuqing's merciless ice aura broke out of her body. Bing Wuqing had always been a clean and efficient person. As long as Lin Yi did not stop her, Fei Yangsheng would not live to see tomorrow's sun. Thump! Fei Yangsheng was so frightened that he knelt on the spot. He hurriedly begged for mercy. Masters Jr., I have admired Senior Lin since a long time ago. On account of the fact that I used to run errands for Senior Lin, please recommend me to join Senior Lin's team. I will go through fire and water and sacrifice my life for him. Fei Yangsheng wasn't an idiot. He'd be going to meet the King of Hell if he didn't show his loyalty now. He'd called himself Lin Yi's follower just to make himself look good, and he didn't have any qualms about this at all. In fact, it was exactly what he'd been looking for. Bing Wuqing looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi thought about it and decided that he did not mind having such a little brother. However, he did not trust Fei Yangsheng's character. So he took out a poisonous insect and threw it to him. "Eat this." Fei Yongxing took it without hesitation and swallowed it. Of course, he knew that it was not something good, but he could not hesitate at this moment. Anyway, no matter what poison it was, as long as he did not betray Lin Yi, his life would not be in danger in the short term. Fei Yongxing passed the test successfully, but Bing Wuqing's eyes fell on Duan Muyu. He did not care whether she was Yi Ling's senior sister or not. If she was not one of them, he would kill her. Duan Muyu was startled. She could clearly feel the murderous intent emanating from Bing Wuqing, and with her current strength, she was completely defenseless in front of the other party. She hurriedly assured them, "Don't worry, I won't go out and tell anyone." Bing Wuqing turned to Lin Yi for advice. To him, such a promise was nonsense. The most untrustworthy thing in the world was an empty promise. Whether Duan Muyu could live or not did not depend on what she swore, but on Lin Yi. "It's fine. Forget about her." Lin Yi thought for a while and waved his hand. His previous experience had given him a good impression of Duan Muyu. Although she was a woman, she was straightforward, a little like a tomboy. Moreover, from the fact that she had come forward to save Fei Yongxing, whom she had no friendship with, it could be seen that this woman was very loyal. With her character, she would not spread the news. To be honest, in Lin Yi's opinion, Duan Muyu was much more reliable than Fei Yongxing. Even Fei Yongxing, who had taken the goo poison and become his underling, might not be as reliable as Duan Muyu. An outsider. Duan Muyu breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Lin Yi with a complicated expression. While he felt that this person was more and more unfathomable, he inexplicably trusted him more. After all, trust was mutual. When someone trusted you, you would naturally have a corresponding sense of trust for that person. Following that, Bing Wuqing's gaze turned towards the water lily clone. However, this time, she didn't have to ask anything. Lin Yi took the initiative and said, "Don't bother about it. That fellow is a spirit beast that I've just subdued." Spirit beast? Bing Wuqing paused for a moment. After a moment, her expression suddenly changed, and she said in shock, "Could it be the mastermind behind those plants?" He had followed Xue Jianfeng all the way here. Xue Jianfeng had suffered at the hands of those plants, so naturally he was no exception. Even now, he was still a little frightened by the dangers involved. "That's right. Let me introduce you. This is the water lily protector of this place." Lin Yi smiled faintly. "Its true form is actually a water lily. How rare." Bing Wuqing's reaction was exactly the same as Xue Jianfeng's. "You and that human expert from just now are quite strong. However, you escaped because I didn't really make a move. Otherwise, you wouldn't have survived until now," the water lily protector said with a disdainful expression. This was the truth. Unless Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfeng could crack the mirage reflection and find its true form like Lin Yi did, and at the same time, they had to have a method like the space in the jade pendant to imprison its true form so that its rippleless ancient well would lose its effect. Otherwise, no matter how many experts in Golden Core Great Attainment came, it would be useless. Bing Wuqing was skeptical about this, but deep down, her respect for Lin Yi grew. After all, other things aside, the water lily protector's strength was undeniable. Lin Yi could even subdue such a spirit beast. There was really no one else with such skills. "Then I'll leave first." Bing Wuqing bade farewell to Lin Yi and was about to leave right away. "Wait a minute. Bring Fei Yongxing along. It's not convenient for him to follow me, and he happens to be from your Snow Sword sect. No one will suspect anything if he follows you," Lin Yi instructed. "All right." Bing Wuqing nodded, glanced at Fei Yongxing, and said, "Follow closely. Don't blame me if you get lost." Yes, yes, I'll definitely follow closely, Fei Yangsheng hurriedly said. Since Linny had spoken, he had to follow Bing Wuching closely, even if it meant risking his life. Otherwise, if he was really left alone, how could he leave this damned place alive, where danger lurked everywhere? Bing Wuching immediately left with Fei Yangsheng. Now, only Lin Yi Duanmuyu and the water lily clone were left. Duanmuyu asked, "What do you plan to do next? Continue to look for Cold and the others, or go directly to the river of divine knowledge?" Go to the river of divine knowledge. Anyway, they're heading towards the river of divine knowledge, so it'll be easier to find them there. Linny paused, and then said, "But you have to wait for me to recover first." Recover what? Duan Muyu did not understand for a moment, but Lin Yi did not speak, and directly stored the water lily clone into the space in the jade pendant. Then he laughed bitterly and said, "I'm injured." Injured? When? Duan Muyu was shocked. Since coming out of the water lily protector's nest, she had been with Lin Yi the whole time. Apart from easily subduing the primordial giant lizard's primordial spirit, she had not seen him make a move. Just now, as Linny spoke, he had already sat down cross-legged. Then something appeared in his hand. It was the water droplet that he had obtained from the kappa, which was specially used to heal the primordial spirit. Duan Muyu didn't have a clue what was going on. Lin Yi had looked like he was dealing with the ancient giant lizard with ease, and it had only been one hit from start to finish. The lizard didn't show any signs of resistance at all. So how was it injured? You want to know? Lin Yi relied on the water droplet to heal his primordial spirit as he looked up at her. Chapter 5286. The move I used to restrain the primordial giant lizard's primordial spirit is called the soul-hooking hand, Lin Yi said truthfully. Soul-hooking hand. Hearing this word, Duan Muyu felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine, and she could not help but say, "Why does it sound like a move of a heretic cultivator?" That's right, this is a move of a heretic cultivator. I was once chased by an extremely powerful heretic cultivator on Heaven Stage Island. He wanted to use the soul-hooking hand to restrain my primordial spirit and then turn me into a puppet, Linny said with a smile. He was talking about the West Mountain Sect Master. Since it's a move of a heretic cultivator, why do you also know it? Are you also a heretic cultivator? Duan Muyu subconsciously took a step back. Heretic cultivators were not only present on Heaven Stage Island, but also in the ancient Jianghu. Moreover, they were also existences that everyone wanted to kill. Do you think I'm a heretic cultivator? Lin Yi was a little speechless. No. Duan Muyu shook her head decisively. She had seen everything that Lin Yi had done. Although his various methods were unfathomable, they were completely different from being a heretic cultivator. If even Lin Yi was a heretic cultivator, then there would be a sea of heretic cultivators in this world. Then that's it. Lin Yi curled his lips. But since you're not a heretic cultivator, how do you know the moves of a heretic cultivator expert? Duan Muyu was puzzled. I have a deep impression of the soul-hooking hand. During this period of time, I just happened to be in the primordial spirit state and coincidentally encountered a bottleneck. Since I had nothing to do anyway, I began to explore all kinds of messy divine sense skills and more or less gained some results. Linny said, "So, you learned the soul-hooking hand." Duan Muyu was dumbfounded. Although she had already seen Lin Yi's amazing insight when he was dealing with the Water Lotus Protector, in her knowledge, no matter how talented a super genius was, he had to learn any martial arts from the beginning. How could he figure it out by himself after seeing someone use it once? At the very least, it wouldn't be a problem if it was in the small Jianghu of immemorial era. After all, the top experts in the small Jianghu of immemorial era were only nascent soul old monsters. If they were compared to the schools in the secular world, they would at most be at the level of junior high school, and they would only be at the basic level. Students at this level would naturally need to learn step by step, and no matter how talented they were, they wouldn't be able to come up with any new tricks. But Linny was different. He was a mysterious ascending stage master, and he was able to kill a mountain opening stage master. He was a genius among geniuses. Even if he wasn't a proper university student, he was at least a high school student. Different levels, naturally different horizons. Junior high school geniuses were at most able to learn quickly and well, but high school geniuses had already entered the level of knowing an answer and being able to reverse deduce a whole set of answers on their own. I can't say that I've completely learned it. At most, it's just a beginner's understanding of it. He said it very modestly, but it wasn't a lie, because what he had figured out now was at most an incomplete version of the soul-hooking hand, and its power was far less powerful and terrifying than the Shishan Old Master. Not only could the target not be higher than the Foundation establishment stage, but more importantly, every time he used it, he would suffer an extremely serious spirit backlash. If it weren't for the water droplets that were specially used to heal the spirit, he wouldn't dare to use it at all. Even so, Duan Muyu was shocked speechless. What kind of freak was this? Why are you willing to tell me this? Duan Muyu asked hesitantly. Not only the current soul-hooking hand, but also the space in the jade pendant. These were all Lin Yi's secrets. Logically speaking, unless it was someone closest to him, according to the usual rules of the cultivation world, he would not reveal it to outsiders, even if he was beaten to death. Why would he take the initiative to tell him this? Lin Yi thought about it very seriously, then shrugged indifferently and said, No reason, I just feel that you're a reliable person, so I came to you on a whim. Do you really trust me that much? Duan Muyu couldn't help but ask in surprise. Are you not worthy of my trust? Lin Yi asked rhetorically. Duan Muyu choked for a long time, then shook his head speechlessly, and said, I really can't see through you. The more powerful a person was, the more shrewd they were. This was human nature, but he didn't expect Lin Yi to be completely different. This guy seemed to be born to break common sense. No matter what he did, he was always so unexpected and subversive. Wouldn't it be troublesome if I was so easily seen through by others? Lin Yi chuckled. As he spoke, the water droplet in his hand had completely evaporated. To be precise, it was absorbed by him. Lin Yi immediately stood up, full of energy. His condition was much better than before he was injured. Not only was his injury completely healed, but he also seemed to have made some progress. However, it was only a slight improvement. He was still far from breaking through the barrier of the great perfection of the Foundation establishment stage. TSK. This water droplet is really good stuff. If it weren't for the fact that the Kappa tribe was almost exterminated by that bastard Guardian Lotus, I might have been able to get a few more. What a pity. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. Don't you still have a holy water droplet? Duan Muyu glanced at him. Now that the Guardian Lotus had fallen into Lin Yi's hands, the holy water droplet in its hand naturally fell into Lin Yi's hands. It originally wanted to use the holy water droplet to bargain and regain its freedom. Unfortunately, it was trapped in the space of the jade pendant and didn't have the right to do so. Lin Yi took out the holy water droplet with just a thought. How could it bargain? Yes, but it's still a pity, isn't it? With a wave of his hand, Lin Yi took out the holy water droplet. He held it in his hand and looked it up and down carefully. Although the crack was a pity, the flaw did not obscure the beauty. The purity and holiness it exuded was still intoxicating. One holy water droplet is worth at least dozens or even hundreds of ordinary water droplets. You're really greedy, Duan Muyu commented. She didn't have any ulterior motives, for the holy water droplet. After all, her need for it was far less urgent than Lin Yi's. Moreover, it was the spoil of war from subduing the guardian lotus, so it should belong to Lin Yi alone. Everyone in the world is greedy. What's so strange about me being greedy? Lin Yi smiled, then looked at the holy water droplet and muttered thoughtfully, "Ordinary water droplets can help me improve while healing my injuries. If it's the holy water droplet, will it help me break through the barrier and advance to the gold core stage?" "You want to advance to the gold core stage." Duan Muyu looked surprised again. "Don't you want to?" Lin Yi asked. Chapter 5287. I'm a primordial spirit, so my situation is different from yours. I can't explain it clearly in a few words. Lin Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head while studying the holy water bead. It was true that the effect of the holy water bead was hundreds of times better than ordinary water beads, but it could not change its nature of healing primordial spirit injuries. The little improvement just now could only be regarded as a side effect. Based on this, even if he used the holy water bead, there was more than an 80% chance that he would not be able to step into the gold core stage. No matter how he studied various primordial spirit methods, stopping at the foundation establishment great perfection was a big problem. Duanmu, you wanted to say something but hesitated. However, when she thought about it, Lin Yi trusted her so sincerely, it did not seem right to hide it. However, this matter was confidential, and this kind of thing could not be disclosed to outsiders. Even fellow disciples had to guard against each other, let alone an outsider like Lin Yi. "What's wrong? Do you have something to say?" Lin Yi looked at her with a little surprise. Duanmu, you gritted her teeth. If it was someone else, she would never say it casually, but as Lin Yi said, she was a loyal person. Not only did Lin Yi save her in danger, but he also trusted her so much. It would be unreasonable if she did not return the favor. Finally, she blurted out, "Do you know about the divine knowledge grass?" "Divine knowledge grass?" Lin Yi was stunned, and then shook his head. "What is that?" "A very unique elixir. It is said that it only grows near the river of divine knowledge. It is a top-grade elixir used to refine the divine sense. After taking it, it can refine the divine sense and make it reborn. It can even be used to refine the strongest gold core stage master." Duanmu, you could not hide the excitement and yearning on her face. The strongest gold core stage. Lin Yi could not help but be a little surprised and could not help but say, "Is the strongest gold core stage master of the ancient small Jiang who refined acquired?" "Yes." Duan Muyu took it for granted. Seeing Lin Yi's strange expression, he asked, "Is there a problem?" "There's no problem, but it's different from the Heaven Stage Island. Whether you can become the strongest gold core stage in the Heaven Stage Island is completely determined by the breakthrough process. And the most important thing is to refine the body, not the divine sense. It seems that it's a completely different branch from the small Jianghu in the immemorial era." Lin Yi said thoughtfully, "One was to cultivate the fleshly body, while the other was to cultivate the divine sense. Although the two had different daos, to some extent, they had the same result. They were both experts of the gold core stage." "Refine your body? What about divine sense?" Duan Muyu had a strange look on his face. In the beginning, the Heaven Stage Island didn't pay much attention to spiritual sense cultivation. Basically, those below the nascent soul stage wouldn't go and cultivate it. Only when you reach a sufficiently high level will you pay attention to it. Of course, if it's a special mental cultivation method or a coincidence, then it's a different story. Lin Yi explained, "Only those above the nascent soul stage can cultivate their divine sense. How can we make it in time?" Duan Muyu was stunned. As far as she knew, the nascent soul old monster was already the top existence. According to what Lin Yi said, Wouldn't it mean that most people didn't need to cultivate their divine sense? No, there are still a lot of realms above the nascent soul stage waiting to be broken through. Moreover, on the heaven stage island, there are many experts above the nascent soul stage. This is normal. Lin Yi didn't think there was anything wrong with this statement. Instead, he was a little surprised by Duan Muyu's reaction. Is it much earlier in the ancient small world? Duan Muyu was completely stunned by his words. There were still a lot of realms above the nascent soul stage, and the experts of that level were as many as the hairs on a cow. This almost completely subverted her understanding. After a while, Duan Muyu came back to her senses and said, "It's more than much earlier. In our ancient small world, we have to cultivate our divine sense systematically from the foundation establishment stage. Didn't Lung mention it to you?" "I really didn't." Lin Yi shook his head. Lung must have thought that he already knew about this, so she didn't mention it at all. However, now that he thought about it, it was no wonder that Master Lung would give her that piece of star ink charcoal, according to the usual understanding of the heaven stage island. Lin Yi thought that this kind of thing would only do harm to an expert in the early stage of the foundation establishment stage. It turned out that he was completely wrong. Once someone reached the foundation establishment stage, they would have to start cultivating their divine sense systematically. As long as the method was mastered, they would not be devoured by the star ink charcoal at all. This also showed that Lung was indeed deeply in love with him. The star ink charcoal was a precious treasure that she needed for her own cultivation. Others could not get it no matter how hard they fought for it. However, when she didn't know if Lin Yi could survive, she did not hesitate to give it to Lin Yi. It was enough to show the depth of her love. Duan Muyu was speechless for a moment. She returned to the topic at hand and said, "The divine sense grass should be the best spiritual medicine in terms of divine sense. Since you're a primordial spirit, it might be able to help you break through the barrier." "It's possible. It's very possible." Lin Yi began to get a little excited. This was different from the holy water droplet. The holy water droplet was specifically used for healing, while the divine sense grass itself was used to temper and enhance divine sense. The effects of the two were completely different. While listening to Duan Muyu's words just now, he suddenly realized that the reason why he was stuck in a bottleneck for a long time without any progress was most likely because he had gone in the wrong direction from the beginning. Out of habit, ever since Lin Yi was projected to the secular world, he had always relied on the experience he had on the heaven stage island to recover and enhance his strength. Moreover, to a certain extent, his primordial spirit was no different from his main body. The various organ structures that should be, there were not a single thing wrong with him doing so. At least, the initial stage was still very smooth. However, a primordial spirit was a primordial spirit after all. There was a fundamental difference between it and the main body. Using the main body's set of cultivation methods was still passable in the beginning, but it would not work at all after that. In fact, it was very likely that even the smooth sailing at the beginning was not because of cultivation. It was most likely because there was an adaptation and recovery process after the primordial spirit projection. After this process was over, it would be useless to use the normal method of cultivation. Thinking about it carefully, it was not difficult to understand why he could still improve all the way to the current foundation establishment great perfection. This was because Lin Yi had been using the piece of star ink charcoal that Lung gave him. He could continue to upgrade, not because of normal cultivation, but because he had been absorbing the majestic divine sense energy in the star ink charcoal. When the divine sense energy of the star ink charcoal was almost consumed, Lin Yi began to consciously control it. He just happened to encounter a bottleneck that he could not overcome no matter what. This was a strong evidence. Chapter 52:88. But for the current Lin Yi, just adjusting his thoughts was useless because he only had a little bit of star ink charcoal's consciousness left, and there was no place to replenish it. It was like training with one's body, but there was no energy in the world. How was he supposed to train? Fortunately, he learned about the divine knowledge grass from Duanmu in time. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a timely help. Linny looked at her and asked, "Do many people know about the divine knowledge grass?" "It's very rare, because the divine sense grass is a secret that has been passed down from my master. Even the ancient books related to this ancient trial ground don't have any records of it. Besides me, I'm afraid none of the other trial disciples know about it." Duanmu Yu suddenly paused and said thoughtfully, "Now that you know about it, suddenly asking this, is it because you have some kind of crooked idea?" "What crooked idea?" Lin Yi froze for a moment, then reacted and laughed. "Do you think I'm that kind of person?" Duanmu Yu smiled. Of course, she knew that Lin Yi was not such a person. Otherwise, she would not have taken the initiative to say it. "So, only you and I know about the existence of the divine knowledge grass. Why are you telling me such an important thing?" Lin Yi couldn't help but wonder. In the face of a rare heavenly material like the divine knowledge grass, it was normal for cultivators to fight to the death, and his relationship with Duanmu Yu was far from inseparable. What was this woman thinking? No reason, just a whim. Duanmu Yu's face showed a rare playfulness. Lin Yi suddenly blushed with shame. He didn't know that this woman had such a playful side in addition to being a tomboy. Women were really fickle creatures. To be precise, it should be considered as returning a plum for a peach. "I think you're a pretty good partner. You're trustworthy and trustworthy. At the very least, you won't have evil thoughts and kill me to seize my treasure." Duanmu Yu explained with a serious expression. This was not just a whim, but a decision made after careful consideration. There were crouching tigers and hidden dragons in this ancient trial ground. There was the water lotus protector, the brain-eating insect envoy, and the ancient giant lizard. Each of them was an existence that was almost undefeatable. More importantly, there was a lord that was above them. Just thinking about it made one tremble in fear. Moreover, the divine knowledge grass was an extremely rare and precious heavenly treasure. Who knew what kind of terrifying spirit beast they would encounter? Even if he used his toes to think about the dangers involved, it would not be easy to collect the divine sense grass. So Duanmu Yu had to find a reliable partner in any case, and Lin Yi was an excellent ready-made candidate. There aren't many people who can kill you. Why not find someone weaker than you to work with? This way, you won't have anything to worry about. Lin Yi smiled. This was the truth. Although Duanmu Yu was only at the foundation establishment grade perfection, her Yiling sect martial arts techniques were extremely mysterious. If she really wanted to escape, even Xue Jianfeng and Bing Wuqing, who were at the gold core perfection, might not necessarily be able to kill her, let alone others. Then it's better not to find one. Duanmu Yu rolled her eyes at him. Even her own strength was enough to protect herself at most. If she really encountered a terrifying spirit beast, it would be difficult for her to even protect herself. If she found someone weaker than her, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Hee, that's true. How about this? After we find the divine knowledge grass, we split it in half. Linny suggested. No problem. Duanmu Yu had no objection to this. Although she was the one who provided the information about the divine knowledge grass, she did not know its specific location after all. She didn't even know if it really existed. Moreover, if they really encountered trouble, it would definitely be Lin Yi who would take the lead, so it was not a loss for her to take half. In that case, let's hurry up. Lin Yi immediately took the lead and walked forward, muttering faintly in his heart. Just now, Shui Jianfeng also hurried in this direction. Although it was not strange that everyone's destination was the river of divine knowledge, he always felt that things were not so simple. The two of them were not far from the location of the river of divine knowledge. In addition, Lin Yi could also pull out the water lotus doppelganger to show the way. Compared to others who could only follow the map, they could walk a lot less in vain. After only half a day, Lin Yi and Duanmu Yu arrived at the legendary river of divine knowledge. When they saw the scene in front of them, both of them were shocked and could not say a word for a long time. In their previous expectations, since the river of divine knowledge was located in the deep mountains and dense forests, it would not be very big. At most, it would be an ordinary forest river, but they did not expect that it was not the case at all. The river of divine sense that was reflected in his eyes could only be described with a few words: magnificent and majestic. The surface of the river was shrouded in a faint layer of fog, and the other side could not be seen at a glance. Even Lin Yi's divine knowledge could not detect it. Even if the inexplicable fog interfered with the divine knowledge, it at least proved that the river of divine knowledge was more than several kilometers wide. No one has been here before. Lin Yi carefully looked around the coast and found no traces left by human cultivators. It could be seen that even if someone came to the river of divine knowledge, they would definitely not be in this area, but in another section of the river. But Duanmu Yu paused and said doubtfully, "It is said that the river of divine knowledge can temper the divine knowledge, but I don't feel anything different about this river." In this primordial smelting trial, almost everyone had come for the river of knowledge. However, no one knew what mysteries the river of knowledge possessed or how to temper one's divine sense. Everything could only be figured out on the spot when they arrived. Maybe it's the effect of the river water? Lin Yi thought for a while and immediately dipped his hand in the river water. Not only did he carefully sniff it, but he also directly licked it with his tongue. This was a quite risky move. After all, no one knew what was wrong with the river of divine knowledge. What if the river water was poisonous? However, Lin Yi dared to try it rashly because he was a spirit body and had the holy water pearl in his hand. However, the result of the attempt made him speechless. This water was simply ordinary river water. There was nothing special about it. If he was an ordinary cultivator, it would not be surprising that he could not detect the mystery, but he was Lin Yi, and he was a spirit body that was most sensitive to divine knowledge energy. If this river water really had the effect of tempering the divine knowledge, how could he not feel it at all? Chapter 5289. Lin Yi glanced at her and immediately took out a wooden bowl from the jade pendant space, scooped a bowl full of river water, and handed it to her. "Warrior, drink this bowl of spiritual knowledge river water." Duanmu Yu rolled her eyes, took the wooden bowl, and took a sip, smacking her lips while frowning. "Except for the slight bitterness, this is just ordinary river water. It can be seen that the key is definitely not in the river." Lin Yi concluded. "Then where is the key?" Duanmu Yu asked. "In the river." Lin Yi was very sure. If this river of spiritual knowledge was just an ordinary river, he would definitely not think so. But this river was not only extremely wide, but it was also shrouded in a layer of inexplicable fog. No matter how he looked at it, it was unusual. If there was nothing strange about it, Lin Yi would feel strange instead. "Do you want to go down and have a look?" Duanmu Yu asked. Although the river could not be seen at a glance, the nearby river water was still very clear, and even the bottom of the river could be seen at a glance. If they just explored near the shore, even if they encountered danger, they could escape in time. There should not be any big problems. It's best not to do this unless it's a last resort. Lin Yi shook his head decisively. Although he couldn't say why, his intuition told him that this river was definitely not simple. If they rashly went down the river, they might encounter a terrible crisis. But besides going down the river, what else can we do? Duanmuyu said, helplessly. Let's not worry about the river of spiritual knowledge for now. Let's find the spiritual knowledge grass first. Didn't you say it was near the river of spiritual knowledge? Lin Yi suggested. The matter of the river of spiritual knowledge could be put aside for now. It would not be too late to figure out what to do next. In contrast, the spiritual knowledge grass was more important. If they could find the spiritual knowledge grass, it did not matter much whether the river of spiritual knowledge could temper the spiritual knowledge. Not nearby, but in the river. Duanmuyu said. In the river? Lin Yi was surprised when he heard this and could not help frowning. Is the so-called effect of the river of spiritual knowledge referring to the spiritual knowledge grass? That's possible. Duanmuyu nodded. The matter of the river of spiritual knowledge was only recorded in a very small number of ancient books, but there was no substantial conclusion that could be passed down. The so-called tempering of spiritual knowledge was only a very vague description. Maybe it was referring to the spiritual knowledge grass, but it was not clearly mentioned in the ancient books. So we really have to go down there? Lin Yi couldn't help but have a headache. His intuition was rarely wrong. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he really didn't want to go into the river. That's not necessarily the case. We can wait for the river to ebb. Then we can go down the river to find the spiritual knowledge grass, as long as we come up in time before the tide rises. Duanmuyu said. This was a method passed down by her master. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to find the divine. Sense grass growing in the river. All right. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Such a wide and boundless river would definitely have high and low tides. Even if it was still risky to wait until the tide was low, it was much less risky than entering the river rashly. This method was feasible. After the two agreed on the plan, they meditated and rested by the river while conserving their energy and waiting for the tide to ebb. Not long after, the river slowly receded, and the bottom of the river near the shore was revealed to the two. Lin Yi and Duanmuyu got up at the same time, glanced at each other, and went down the river to look for the divine sense grass. However, although the tide was ebbing, the river was not completely drained. Only a small part of the riverbed was exposed. Lin Yi and Duanmuyu could only hurry up and search this part of the riverbed. When the tide rose, they would have to hurry back to the shore and wait for the next ebb. What the two did not expect was that the bottom of the river of spiritual knowledge was unexpectedly green, with all kinds of water plants everywhere. It was not easy to find the divine sense grass that they had never seen before. Even if Duanmuyu knew some of its general characteristics, it would not be easy. Let's take our time. There is no limit to the number of times we can search. This time we will first search a section, and next time we will search another section. If there really is a divine sense grass, I believe we will find something. Lin Yi said, and then let's start from the deepest riverbed and wait for the tide to rise before we go to the shore. This way, we will have a little more time. Duanmuyu suggested. Okay. Lin Yi nodded. The two immediately began to search the riverbed closest to the center of the river. This place was 3 or 4 miles from the shore, but even so, with Lin Yi's divine sense, he could not detect how wide the river was at the moment, let alone the boundary of the other side. This river of spiritual knowledge was really a bit wide. People who did not know might think it was a sea. This mud is a bit deep. Lin Yi frowned when he walked halfway. At this time, the mud had already reached his thigh. According to this, when they reached the farthest end, the mud would at least reach his chest. If it was an ordinary person, it would be extremely difficult to even move a step, let alone find the divine sense grass in this environment. Even if they waited until the tide rose, they would not be able to retreat, and even their lives would be lost in the river. However, this was only for ordinary people. For a master of the foundation establishment stage, it was nothing. At most, there would be some hindrance in their movements. Lin, he was still a soul body. Although all the parts in his body were still there, his weight was much lighter than his body. As long as he controlled it a little, even if he stood on the mud, he would not sink. Of course, Lin Yi actually had a more convenient method, which was to transform into a soul body. However, he always felt that this place gave him an inexplicable sense of crisis. If something happened to his soul body, he might not even have a chance to react, so he did not dare to do this rashly. On the other hand, Duan Yu was also calm, walking on the mud as if she was walking on flat ground. She looked more elegant and neat than Lin Yi, and she was also silent. Seeing Lin Yi looking at her in surprise, she smiled and explained, "Silent leaf fall is a specialized light body martial technique of our Yiling sect." "Very good," Lin Yi sincerely praised. This was not a compliment. With his insight, he could see the value of silent leaf fall. Using it to deal with the mud was really overkill. This kind of silent light body martial technique could only show its greatest value in actual combat. As the eldest senior sister of Yiling sect, Duan Yu was indeed not simple. Duan Yu smiled slightly, and then began to carefully search for the divine sense grass in the omnipresent pile of water plants. Lin Yi also did not neglect. This place was not suitable to stay for long, and they had to move quickly. The two of them were very efficient, but even so, they still found nothing. When the tide rose, they returned to the shore empty-handed and looked at each other. Chapter 5290. Well, it's getting dark now. Let's conserve our energy and wait for the tide to ebb tomorrow morning before going to the next riverbed to look for it. Lin Yi nodded. Although they had gained nothing today, at least there was no unexpected danger. It could be seen that the idea of going down the river to look for it when the tide ebbs should be right. It was nothing more than whether they could find the divine knowledge grass in the end. This matter not only depended on effort, but also depended on luck. All the two of them could do was do their best. For safety reasons, the two did not stay on the shore for the night. Instead, they found a nearby big tree and made a medium-sized tree hole with their bare hands so that they could rest in the hole with peace of mind. Lin Yi also deliberately summoned the water lily doppelganger to inquire about the whereabouts of Cold and the others. After confirming that everyone was not in danger for the time being, and that they were all resting in a place not far from the river of divine knowledge, he was relieved. The night was quiet, and there was no one around. A man and a woman alone in a tree hole. Most women would feel uncomfortable, but Duan Yu did not have such concerns at all. While resting, she was also carefully looking at Lin Yi. "Why are you looking at me?" Lin Yi could not help but stop in surprise. Are you practicing withered leaf rejuvenation?" Duan Yu asked with a strange expression. Her perception was far more sensitive than ordinary people, and the chi fluctuations on Lin Yi's body just now were too familiar to her. Although she only said a little bit of the essence and did not reveal any cultivation method, it was reasonable to say that there should be no way to practice it. But the problem was that the other party was Lin Yi. Since this guy could even imitate the unique skill of the evil cultivator, the soul hook hand, let alone withered leaf rejuvenation, can't I? Lin Yi looked at her and said, "I don't care. Anyway, even if you really practice it, it's your own exploration." Duan Yu shrugged. Although it was a little irresponsible to turn a blind eye, it was their business how they wanted to explore and research, and she really couldn't control it. "Don't worry. Actually, I'm not really going to cultivate your leaf spirit sex spring rejuvenation. If I'm not wrong, your leaf spirit sex techniques complement each other. I'll have to cultivate them from the beginning. It's impossible for me to cultivate spring rejuvenation on my own, right?" Lin Yi speculated. You can even guess that. You're really a freak. Duanmu, you could not help saying in surprise. Just as Lin Yi had said, the essence of all of leaf spirit sex techniques was a progressive progression, from shallow to deep. It was a very complete system. If one didn't grasp the essence of the basic techniques, no matter how talented they wouldn't be able to cultivate an advanced technique like rejuvenation, withered leaves. Of course, if one could even grasp the essence of rejuvenation, withered leaves, then grasping the essence of the basic techniques would be a matter of course. They wouldn't need to cultivate it specifically. You flatter me. Lin Yi chuckled. In fact, he was able to speculate this not just because he had extraordinary insight, but mainly because his real body's level was high enough and his horizons were broad enough. He had seen all kinds of mental cultivation methods and martial arts techniques, so his judgment was naturally accurate. If you're not going to cultivate spring rejuvenation withered leaves, then what are you doing? Duanmu, you could not help asking. I vaguely feel that the essence of spring rejuvenation withered leaves is very useful to me, but I don't know how to use it specifically. I need to explore and study it carefully, Lin Yi said honestly. To put it bluntly, the essence of spring rejuvenation withered leaves was to forcibly awaken hidden vitality. To a certain extent, it was somewhat similar to the super-physical skills and ultimate physical skills that he had previously mastered. However, there were also major differences. After all, the latter purely stimulated the physical body, allowing it to have a stronger reaction speed. It was impossible for it to be like spring rejuvenation, withered leaves that could restore the vital qi in the body, let alone have the miraculous effect of self-healing. Comparing the two, it was obvious that spring rejuvenation, withered leaves was much more exquisite. However, whether it was restoring vital qi or self-healing, these two miraculous effects of spring rejuvenation, withered leaves, were of little value to Lin Yi. This was because not only did he know them, but he also had no sequelae. If he used spring rejuvenation withered leaves, he would definitely be in a weak state for a long period of time. That would be really ket up. Lin Yi would not do something so stupid as to give up what was close at hand and seek what was far away. Of course, although it was of little value, Lin Yi still tried to figure it out. He wanted to master the trick and draw inferences. He did not need vital qi or healing, but if similar effects could be transferred to the primordial spirit, then it would be worth it. Don't forget that he was now a primordial spirit body. Duanmu silently looked at Lin Yi's various explorations and deductions. The profound mystery revealed from time to time really opened her eyes. This kind of feeling could be said to be unprecedented. Even her master had never made her unable to see through it. One had to know that her master was not an ordinary master of the gold core stage, but a real Yuanying stage old monster, standing at the top of the entire ancient small underworld. It was a pity that the top of the ancient small underworld was just like that. It was completely incomparable to the Heaven Stage island. How could a mere Yuanying stage old monster be compared with a freak like Lin Yi who could even kill the giants of the mountain opening period? The two of them sat silently like this for a long time. Suddenly, Duanmu opened her eyes. She felt that Lin Yi's aura had inexplicably soared a lot in a moment, but now that she looked at it, there was nothing strange about Lin Yi's body, and there was no difference from just now. She couldn't help muttering, "Is it my illusion?" Lin Yi did not pay attention to her. It seemed that he was still immersed in his own exploration and deduction, and was unaware of the outside world. Duanmu even believed that even if she stabbed him at this time, Lin Yi would not have the slightest reaction. Is this guy really insensitive, or is he too confident in me? Duanmu couldn't help but shake her head speechlessly. While continuing to meditate and rest, she carefully watched the movements outside. Since Lin Yi did not care about the outside world, This kind of thing could only be borne by her. What Duan Muyu didn't expect was that Lin Yi's sitting time was much longer than she expected. Huh, the tide hasn't ebbed yet? Lin Yi finally opened his eyes slowly, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, but then he returned to normal. The tide hasn't ebbed yet? Big brother, it has already ebbed 5 times. Duan Muyu said angrily. What? Lin Yi was stunned when he heard this. He clearly just groped and deduced in his mind. It didn't take much time. Chapter 52, 91. Moreover, she did not dare to go down the river alone to find the divine sense grass. The key was Lin Yi's current state. Duan Muyu did not feel at ease leaving him alone, so she could only stay and accompany him patiently. In this kind of situation, anyone would be angry. 3 days. Lin Yi suddenly blushed with shame and quickly apologized with a smile. I'm sorry. I accidentally fell into a trance. Forget it. There is no time limit for this matter anyway. I'll just take it as a rest. Duan Muyu waved her hand generously, and then said with a bit of envy in her tone, But you are really amazing. You can casually enter a state of emptiness in this kind of place. Your perception must be amazing. It's really enviable. After emptiness was an epiphany, and this state was a rare opportunity for every cultivator. Apart from a very small number of people, most people would only be able to enter a state of emptiness a few times in their lifetime. Even Duanmu, you had only experienced it once. It was during that moment of emptiness and epiphany that she was reborn, and she became the eldest senior sister, who was the pillar of the entire Yiling sect in one go, in a place where danger lurked everywhere. Lin Yi was able to enter a state of emptiness so effortlessly. What was there to say about that? It's just a coincidence. Lin Yi said modestly, but his whole temperament was obviously much more brilliant than before. It could be seen that he must have gained something, and the harvest should not be small. Don't. If even a freak like you is so modest, how can we mortals live? Duan Muyu curled her lips and looked at the sky outside. According to the experience of the past 2 days, the tide should begin to ebb soon. Okay, then let's hurry up. Lin Yi nodded. Because of that sudden enlightenment, they had already missed 3 days of time. Neither of them wanted to waste any more time, and immediately rushed towards the river of consciousness. Duanmu, you had already scouted the place 2 days ago, and had planned out the riverbed they would explore every day. Lin Yi only needed to follow her. After their first experience, the two of them were much more familiar with the path this time around. They had more or less learned about how to identify the aquatic plants, so their efficiency was clearly much higher. Last time, when the tide rose, the two of them had only explored less than 5 kilometers of the riverbed. Now, there was still more than half the time before the tide rose, but the two of them had already explored 5 kilometers. Their progress was much faster than they had expected. When they found about 15 miles, Lin Yi suddenly stopped. In the dense pile of aquatic plants not far ahead, there was a plant that was completely different from the other aquatic plants. The whole body was dark black and had no leaves. It was just a slender and narrow branch. The surface of the branch was densely covered with thorns. Because it was covered by other aquatic plants and silt, it looked inconspicuous at first glance, but it exuded an inexplicable dangerous light. Something that could make a master like Lin Yi feel danger was definitely not an ordinary plant. Divine knowledge grass. Lin Yi suddenly rejoiced. The various characteristics of this plant were exactly the same as what Duanmu you had described before. There was no doubt that this was the divine knowledge grass. Really? Duanmu Yu, who was not far away, heard Lin Yi's voice and quickly rushed over. Following the direction pointed by Lin Yi, she carefully observed the unique plant and then showed a look of ecstasy. Yes, yes, this is the divine knowledge grass. This is the divine knowledge grass. Lin Yi himself wasn't completely sure at first, but since even Duanmuyu said so, then it was for sure. He said excitedly, "Let's hurry up and dig it out. It looks like the tide's about to rise." Duanmuyu nodded heavily and quickly went up to carefully clean up the whole divine knowledge grass. She found that its roots were deeply buried under the riverbed silt. No matter how hard she tried, she could not pull it out. She was a master of the foundation establishment great perfection. "You cut off the branches first. I will think of a way to get the roots." Lin Yi said when he saw this. If there was enough time, he could still think of a way. After all, a complete divine knowledge grass was better than a divine knowledge grass with broken roots. It was just that the high tide was imminent. No one knew what would happen after the high tide, so he could only act in a hurry. Okay, Duanmuyu did not hesitate. She immediately took out a simple knife and was about to cut off the divine knowledge grass. However, at this moment, a strange-looking figure suddenly descended from the sky. An unparalleled airwave instantly sent the two of them flying. At the same time, it was accompanied by a familiar voice. "I finally found you, Lin Yi." Brain-eating insect. Lin Yi was shocked. It wasn't easy for him to find the spirit grass, and he didn't even have time to be happy about it. He didn't think that his old enemy would find it at the last moment. His luck was really too good. Duanmuyu was also shocked. The brain-eating insect was an existence at the same level as the water lotus protector. With her strength, she was not even qualified to be cannon fodder. How could she encounter this monster at this time? Duanmuyu looked at the divine knowledge grass under the other party's feet. It was so easy to get, but she had missed it. She was really unwilling. Lin Yi was also extremely regretful. If he knew this would happen, he would not have avoided arousing suspicion. He should have put the divine knowledge grass directly into the jade pendant space when he found it. When the time came, he could have taken it out and split it with Duanmuyu. That way, he would not have ended up in this situation. At this time, the divine knowledge grass was being stepped on by the brain-eating insect. There was no chance to take it back. "I will find a way to stall it. You go first," Lin Yi said immediately. Now was not the time to worry about the divine knowledge grass. If he missed the divine knowledge grass, he could find it again, but if he lost his life here, then there would be nothing left. But Duanmuyu hesitated for a moment. Although she was a tough woman, she was not as open-minded as Lin Yi. She felt unwilling to leave like this, but in the face of the power of the brain-eating insect, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and nod. Duanmuyu immediately retreated to the riverbank, but before she could take 2 steps, a dozen tangible and invisible wind blades had already roared towards her. This was the innate skill of the ancient Gomang clan. Duanmuyu was shocked. The power of any wind blade here could easily kill a golden core stage master, let alone a mere foundation establishment stage cultivator like her. Even Lin Yi did not dare to take such a strong attack head-on. If she wanted to save her life, she could only rely on herself. At the critical moment, Duanmuyu's figure suddenly vanished into thin air, leaving only a leaf that slowly fell down. The fall of a leaf signified the arrival of autumn. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Duanmuyu was also a genius. Otherwise, he could only watch the other party die, and he would really feel guilty. Chapter 5292. At this time, it was completely in combat mode. Its entire body had transformed into an extremely hideous shape. It had the wings of the primordial Gomang, the body of the red-scaled serpent, the steel claws of the 8-armed mountain king, the stinger of the venomous queen bee, and a terrifying head that was armed to the teeth with unknown characteristics of many powerful spirit beasts. It was an out-and-out killing machine. Lin Yi frowned as he looked at this guy. Although the brain-eating bug and the water lotus protector were at the same level, if he could choose, Lin Yi would definitely choose the water lotus protector. Even if he could not directly store it in the space of the jade pendant, Lin Yi would rather choose the water lotus protector. This was because the water lotus protector was skilled, and even if it was a nearly unsolvable and complicated technique like the moon's reflection, with Lin Yi's vision and insight, he would always be able to find flaws and find a way to deal with it. However, the brain-eating bug was different. This guy was clearly an existence that relied on its body to survive. It was not an exaggeration to say that its body was the strongest at the same level. If it was only at the level of foundation, establishment, great perfection, Lin Yi's methods would be enough to crush it head-on. However, the problem was that it was at least at the level of golden core great perfection. Facing Lin Yi, it had an absolute level of suppression. In this case, it had the most tenacious vitality and the strongest defense. It was simply invulnerable. Last time, Lin Yi used 2 vital energy bombs to deal with it, but in the end, he did not even hurt a single hair on it. This had already explained everything. With Lin Yi's current attack power, he could not even break through the brain-eating bug's defense. How could he fight it? Seeing Lin Yi's uncertain expression, the brain-eating bug suddenly laughed. Although it was a little interested in Duan Muyu, who used falling leaves to predict autumn, it obviously valued Lin Yi more. Its focus had always been on Lin Yi. This time, don't even think of escaping from my palm. I will never make the same mistake twice. Is that so? Are you sure you can catch up to me? Lin Yi revealed a playful look when he heard this. Facing the brain-eating insect, he had no confidence in other aspects, but he had absolute confidence in speed. After all, it was faster than his own body. Even if the brain-eating insect was strong, it couldn't be compared to a profound ascending stage master, right? There's no need for that. As long as I catch that woman just now, you won't escape. The brain-eating worm had learned its lesson this time, so it was obviously much more cunning. If it had held cold and the others as hostages previously, Lin Yi would not have dared to escape at all. It was only because of its carelessness that Lin Yi managed to take advantage of the situation. Hee, it's clearly just an insect. I didn't expect it to be so good at judging people. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. Hee, we don't look at people with our eyes, but with our noses. Every one of you has a different smell. Different people have different smells. Human nature can be faked, but the smell in your bones cannot be faked. The brain-eating bug proudly showed off. Is that so? That's a good lesson. Lin Yi nodded and learned. This time, he was really caught by the brain-eating bug. If he didn't have much contact with Duan Muyu before this, it wouldn't matter much. He could just turn a blind eye to it. But now, he couldn't ignore it. If Duan Muyu couldn't leave, he would definitely stay and fight to the end. You're welcome. Otherwise, you should be more tactful. Don't worry, it's rare to meet such a unique human master like you. I won't let you disappear for no reason. I will take you as my main body. From now on, you are me and I am you. We are one. The brain-eating bug said excitedly, You and I are one. Lin Yi listened with a strange face. If it really reached that step, it was uncertain who would swallow who. Even if the brain-eating bug had a powerful brain-eating talent, his Yuanshen was not just a decoration. It was hard to say. How about it? If you take the initiative to cooperate, I can save you a lot of unnecessary pain. The brain-eating bug was still persuading him patiently. It was not that it was bored and wasting its breath, but it was afraid that it would accidentally damage Lin Yi's brain when they fought. This kind of thing often happened. Once the brain was damaged, it couldn't eat the brain anymore. You can't really think that my brain is damaged, right? Linny looked at it like it was an idiot. It wanted him to surrender and let it swallow his brain. Only it could think of such a thing. Not satisfied? Then I will take a step back and leave a little bit of your consciousness for you to share a main body with me. That should be fine, right? The brain-eating bug continued to bargain. It could be seen that it was determined to get Lin Yi's body. If it wasn't afraid of damaging Lin Yi, it would have already slapped him with its claws. It wouldn't be so long-winded. Let me ask you a question. Since your current body is so powerful, at least 1,000 times stronger than mine, why do you still insist on using me as your main body? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask curiously. In his opinion, the brain-eating bug was much more domineering than a human. Its entire body was full of killing weapons, and it would definitely have an advantage in a fight. If possible, he didn't even mind exchanging with the brain-eating bug. Of course, the main body had to be a human. He couldn't accept it if the main body turned into an insect. There's no harm in telling you. You humans may have weak bodies, but you are the spirit of all living things. No matter how powerful other species are, they are still limited by their racial talent. There is only one possibility. You humans may have a low starting point, but you have countless possibilities. If coupled with my brain-eating talent, you will be an invincible existence. Moreover, a high-level spirit beast will always need a human body to be on the stage. Otherwise, it will be laughed at by other spirit beasts, the brain-eating bug explained patiently. So that's how it is. Lin Yi suddenly understood. No wonder this guy wanted to catch him, no matter what. It seemed like this guy's brain-eating talent was heaven-defying, but it also had a limit. There might be an upper limit to the species it could devour. Most spirit beasts only had one racial talent, and it was rare for them to have more than two. In this case, every time it devoured, it would only gain one more skill. However, humans were different. There were tens of thousands of cultivation methods and martial arts techniques. With the brain-eating bug's ability, it could even take all the cultivation methods and martial arts techniques as its own. Moreover, it didn't need to cultivate them from the beginning. Just the thought of it made people shudder. Chapter 52-93. Okay, the nonsense that should be said and should not be said has been said. You can also obediently accept your fate. The brain-eating insect suddenly laughed extremely sinisterly. Its eyes flashed red, and an invisible force field suddenly spread out from its body. Wherever it passed, the riverbed silt suddenly sank a lot, as if it was being crushed by something heavy. Lin Yi also felt his body sink, although it was not to the point where he could not bear it. With this inexplicable force field on his body, the speed and flexibility of his movement technique would be greatly affected. However, the brain-eating insect's target this time was obviously not Lin Yi, but Duan Muyu, who had just used knowledge of autumn to hide. Sure enough, Duan Muyu, who did not reveal any flaws before, suddenly exposed herself. Although she did not directly reveal herself, two suddenly sinking footprints appeared in the silt just next to the divine knowledge grass. There was no doubt that it was Duan Muyu. Lin Yi could not help but be a little speechless. This woman was really brave. She knew the horror of the brain-eating insect, but she did not escape. She even dared to use knowledge of autumn to steal the divine knowledge grass. This courage was really unparalleled. Duan Muyu was about to take a knife to cut the divine knowledge grass at this time. After being caught off guard and revealing a flaw, she did not panic and still maintained the state of knowledge of autumn's concealment. The brain-eating insect suddenly opened its mouth in the direction of the footprints, and an unparalleled strong suction force suddenly poured out. The result was unexpected. In addition to sucking in a mouthful of silt, there was no trace of Duanmuyu at all. It's really interesting. The brain-eating insect laughed instead of being angry. If it were not for Lin Yi, a better choice, it even wanted to use Duanmuyu as its main body at this moment. In the face of its sudden force field, Duanmuyu did not panic and could calmly escape without even leaving a footprint. It must be known that this was a muddy land where one's feet would sink into the mud. The difficulty of this was extraordinary. Unfortunately, Duanmuyu did not manage to escape its grasp. The brain-eating bug's eyes flashed with red light again, and the invisible force field suddenly became several times stronger. Second layer pressure. Duanmuyu could no longer maintain her stealth state and immediately revealed herself. Before she could react further, the brain-eating insect had already landed right on top of her head. The venomous stinger pierced down at lightning speed. Duanmuyu had no time to react at all. At the critical moment, Lin Yi appeared in front of Duanmuyu at the same time and pushed him away. However, he could not dodge in time, and his neck was pierced by the brain-eating insect's stinger from behind. It was a shocking scene. Lin Yi. Duanmuyu's eyes immediately turned red with anxiety. Although her relationship with Lin Yi was far from being on the same side, they were at least trustworthy friends. Moreover, she was a person who valued friendship. Now that she saw Lin Yi dying for her, how could she not be anxious? I didn't expect him to be an infatuated person. But this is also good. It saves me a lot of trouble. The brain-eating bug was overjoyed when it saw this. It was most afraid that Lin Yi would escape again. If that happened, it did not know how much effort it would have to put in. It did not have such good patience. Just now, it pretended to deal with Duanmuyu to restrain Lin Yi. It did not expect Lin Yi to walk into its trap. This was really a pleasant surprise. Its stinger inherited the innate skill of the venomous queen bee. It was one of the world's few poisons, especially when it pierced through a vital point like the neck. Not to mention a mere human, even with its vitality, it would not be able to survive such a fierce attack. As a result, Lin Yi's head, which was clearly hanging down, showed a strange smile. His figure flashed and suddenly jumped on the brain-eating bug's face. He then stuffed one hand into the other's mouth, leaving behind a true chi pill firebomb that was compressed to the limit. Boom! The brain-eating bug's face was still full of shock. It had not even figured out how the other party broke free from its poisonous stinger, and the true chi pill firebomb had already exploded in its mouth. Don't look at how the two true chi pill firebombs last time could not hurt its hair. It only could not break the surface defense of its body. No matter how strong it was, its body should not be indestructible, right? The brain-eating bug was blown up on the spot. It immediately spat out black smoke and flew backward. It swayed for a long time and could not stand firm. Although it was unrealistic to kill it in a second, it must have been seriously injured. Are you okay? Duanmuyu looked at the intact Lin Yi and was stunned. His neck had obviously been pierced by the other party's stinger. So how could this guy be fine? I am a primordial spirit. What is the use of this kind of physical attack on me? Lin Yi grinned. At that moment, his neck had already been transformed into primordial spirit in advance. The other party's stinger did not even stab a single hair on him. He was just pretending to numb the other party. That's true. Duanmuyu could not help but choke, because Lin Yi's primordial spirit was no different from ordinary people. Even if they knew that he was a primordial spirit, everyone would unconsciously ignore this point. The brain-eating bug, who did not know the details, was even more likely to fall for it. While the two of them were talking, the brain-eating bug on the opposite side had already recovered. Its entire mouth was charred black from the explosion. making it look rather comical and pathetic, but the pressure it brought to the two of them did not weaken at all. Instead, it became even stronger. Lin sighed in his heart. The brain-eating bug is a brain-eating bug. Last time, the red-scaled snake was killed on the spot by this attack, but now it is just a little embarrassed. It seems that it is far from the point of injury. It is really troublesome. Who? The brain-eating bug did not become angry. Instead, it calmly spat out 3 mouthfuls of black smoke. Then it stared at Lin and said, "You can even ignore such a fatal attack. I really did not misjudge you. Who else can my main body but you? So, you really want to blackmail me?" Lin did not know whether to laugh or cry. He thought that after such a trick, the other party would become angry and give him an opportunity to take advantage of. Who would have thought that it would be such a reaction? Of course, the brain-eating bug laughed, and with a flap of its wings, it descended from the sky again. Its target was Lin. Be careful and hide. Lin took the time to tell Duan Muyu and immediately went to meet it head-on. Duan Muyu did not dare to neglect and quickly used silent falling leaves to hide to the side. At the same time, she was still holding a green leaf in her hand, ready to use falling leaves in autumn again at any time. She could not intervene in a battle of this level. It would be good enough if she could save her life and not drag Lin down. Chapter 5294. Relying on its powerful body, the brain-eating insect was not afraid of any of Lin Yi's means. It did not hesitate to attack with its steel claw. Last time, it relied on this steel claw to explode the real chi pill firebomb, and this time was no exception. However, Lin obviously would not be stupid enough to really confront it head-on. With the strength of the opponent's body, not to mention his Yuan Shen body that was only at the foundation establishment great perfection, even if he was at the profound ascension stage, he might not be able to gain the slightest advantage. If he really did so, he would only be courting death, accompanied by a deep dragon roar, a wave of 5 elements killing intent that seemed to have materialized shot out of his hand, meeting the other party's steel claws first. The result was unsurprising. In an instant, the other party grabbed it, leaving not even dregs behind. It was a classic case of striking a rock with an egg. Is that all you have? The brain-eating insect sneered. In its opinion, this method was much weaker than the real chi pill firebomb just now. Although the real chi pill firebomb was simple and crude, its power could not be underestimated. If it was stuffed into its mouth, it could still cause some damage. As for this seemingly exquisite 5 elements murderous aura, it was nothing in front of it. Before it finished speaking, another 5 elements murderous aura had already attacked in front of it. The brain-eating insect suddenly became even more contemptuous. Once again, it lazily extended its steel claw and at the same time taunted, "This power is not even enough to tickle me. Even if you do it 1,000 times or 10,000 times, it will still be the same, a waste of energy." However, this time, above the 5 elements murderous aura, there was an additional layer of dense 8 trigrams patterns. Compared to the previous 5 elements murderous aura, it was many times more mysterious and profound. It was like a real 5 elements 8 trigrams dragon. Puff! Not only did the brain-eating insect's steel claw fail to tear it apart, but it was bitten by it. The entire steel claw was broken in an instant, and in an instant, blood splashed all over the sky. The brain-eating bug immediately howled in pain. Even though it had been careless, its combat instincts were not just for show. Before its brain could react, its venomous stinger had already stabbed back. However, before it could stab, the 5 elements and 8 trigrams flood dragon had already let out another dragon roar and whipped it away with its tail. It crashed heavily into the mud below, unable to extricate itself. This scene happened too quickly, not to mention the brain-eating bug that was stunned. Even Duanmu Yu was dumbfounded by what he saw. It was clearly the same five elements' murderous aura, but it couldn't even withstand a single blow just now. How did it become so powerful all of a sudden? What was even more shocking was, where did Linny go? Duan Muyu was confused, but the brain-eating bug was not stupid. It was caught off guard and suffered a big loss. Its brain worked very fast, and it looked at the five elements 8 trigrams flood dragon in the sky with great shock. Your Lin Yi. The five elements 8 trigrams flood dragon did not speak, but it revealed an extremely human-like expression. Clearly, the brain-eating bug had guessed correctly. It was Lin Yi. How is this possible? Duan Muyu completely did not know what to say. She knew that Lin Yi was a primordial spirit, but primordial spirits were primordial spirits. As far as she knew, primordial spirits could only transform into the appearance of their original body. It was impossible to transform into other forms. She could not say that Lin Yi's original body was actually a flood dragon, right? Of course, Lin Yi was not a flood dragon. The reason why he could become what he was now was because of her, Duan Muyu. Originally, with Lin Yi's current low realm of foundation establishment great perfection, it was far from enough to perform a big killing move like the five elements 8 trigrams killing aura. Until this time, when he had an epiphany, although his realm was still the same, his strength was very different because he had comprehended spring rejuvenation. Of course, what he comprehended was not the original version of spring rejuvenation. It was neither to restore vital energy nor heal oneself, but it was related to the primordial spirit. The human body had a self-protection mechanism, and the primordial spirit was the same. In theory, when it suffered a heavy enough injury, the primordial spirit would not directly collapse, but it would enter a self-dormant state like the body. That was to say, 70% of one's strength could be used at most, and the remaining 30% was used as a last resort for self-protection. There was a very strong valve between the two, and normally, even if one wanted to use it, one could not. Yi Ling Sek's spring rejuvenation could open the valve of the physical body after the physical body was injured, and then restore to the peak state in a short period of time. However, this state was similar to the final radiance of the setting sun, so there were great sequelae. Now, after 3 days of epiphany, Lin Yi had successfully found the valve that locked the primordial spirit. Once the valve was opened, the strength of the primordial spirit could directly skyrocket by more than 30%, or even more. Lin Yi's strength had already reached the limit of foundation establishment great perfection, and after it skyrocketed by 30%, he immediately became a gold core stage master. Even if it was only temporary, the extra strength was not fake. Of course, with such a huge gap in strength between him and the brain-eating insect, not to mention a temporary gold core, even a real gold core would be useless. At most, the power of the vital energy pill firebomb would be stronger, but it would still have limited effect on the brain-eating insect. Needless to say, the 5 elements 8 trigrams killing aura was not included. In terms of level, the 5 elements 8 trigrams killing aura was far above the gold core stage. After all, this was a move that was invincible even in the nascent soul stage. It was just that Lin Yi's realm was too low, and at the same time, he encountered a freak like the brain-eating insect, so he seemed so powerless. However, the 5 elements 8 trigrams killing aura was different. Its level was much higher than the 5 elements 8 trigrams killing aura against the brain-eating insect. The level of the move was far more crushing than the actual strength of the brain-eating insect against Lin Yi. To put it bluntly, once the 5 elements 8 trigrams killing aura was released, it was enough to completely reverse the difference in strength between the two. However, even if Lin Yi's strength had reached the temporary gold core stage, it was not enough to perform a profound martial skill like the 5 elements, 8 trigrams killing aura. Therefore, he thought of a way. Relying on the convenience of his primordial spirit, he integrated his entire primordial spirit into it. In this way, not only did he successfully form the 5 elements, 8 trigrams killing aura, but he also created a living 5 elements, 8 trigrams dragon. You can actually transform into a dragon. Is this your real body? The brain-eating insect was completely shocked, looking at the 5 elements, 8 trigrams dragon circling back and forth in the sky. It was full of fear. Looking at the entire spirit beast world, the dragon race had always been synonymous with being powerful and invincible. Even the flood dragon was the same. Although the brain-eating insect was gifted, it could not help but feel fear in the face of the dragon race. This was an instinct, a fear that came from the depths of its soul, and it could not be suppressed no matter how hard it tried. Why don't you guess? The 5 elements, 8 trigrams dragon suddenly spoke, and it was Lin Yi's voice. Once again, it sank deep into the mud, unable to extricate itself. The brain-eating bug refused to give up. It was at a disadvantage before because it was caught off guard, and now it was at a disadvantage because it did not figure out the opponent's strategy. Again, as a result, this time, it suffered even more serious injuries. Not only did it break another steel claw, but even its highly dangerous poisonous stinger was broken. The poison on it had no effect on Lin Yi at all. It was purely a decoration, crushing. It was a complete one-sided suppression. Duan Muyu was completely speechless as he looked at this crazy scene. The brain-eating bug refused to give up again and again, but in the end, it was tortured by the 5 elements, 8 trigrams dragon that Lin Yi had transformed into. In the end, 3.5 of its 8 steel claws were broken, and only the last one was on the verge of collapse. Its poisonous stinger was gone, and one of the wings on its back was broken. Its whole body was covered with scars and bruises. It was a miserable sight. Duan Muyu even began to pity the brain-eating bug. It was clearly a tyrannical and invincible existence, but in the end, it encountered Lin Yi, a heaven-defying existence that could not be measured by common sense. The torturer became the torturer. Did this guy not look at the almanac when he went out? The brain-eating bug, indeed, did not look at the almanac. In this ancient trial ground, it was originally an existence that was above tens of thousands of people. This kind of feeling of not looking at the almanac when going out would only appear on others, but never on it. Today was really an accident. It was a tragic sight, but the brain-eating bug still refused to give up and struggled to fly up. Its vitality was extremely tenacious. It can fly with one wing? What a talent! Lin Yi could not help but give it a thumbs up, but he did not show the slightest mercy. With a gulp, he obliterated its only remaining steel claw along with its wing. The brain-eating bug once again fell into the quagmire. Previously, it was majestic and domineering, but this time it had completely turned into a mudfish. A fallen phoenix was inferior to a chicken. Impossible, impossible, impossible. The brain-eating bug was still struggling frantically in the mud, but both of its wings had been broken, and it could no longer fly. Close combat was the ability it was most proud of. Looking at the entire ancient trial ground, it could be called an invincible existence. After all, even the Lord did not use this method, but it did not expect to fall in the hands of Lin Yi today. Moreover, it was killed in the way that it was best at, in such a brutal melee. Is there a need to be so disappointed after losing to a dragon? Just how confident are you? Lin Yi could not help but be amused. That being said, the 5 elements and 8 trigrams dragon actually had such a powerful melee ability. This was something that even he did not expect. He could not help but sigh. The dragon clan was indeed an invincible existence in the spirit beast world. This racial talent was simply ruthless. Of course, being able to form such a one-sided crushing was not entirely because of the strength of the dragon. Another important reason was that this was not a pure physical body, but a semi-divine body that was formed by the fusion of primordial spirit and spiritual energy. Every claw and every bite seemed to be a simple physical attack, but the main body was the extremely profound killing intent of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. In the face of the brain-eating bug's pure melee, it was naturally advantageous, so it was not surprising that it was crushed. My body is invincible. Even the Dragon Clan cannot be my opponent. Absolutely impossible. The brain-eating bug was still hypnotizing itself. Except for a few spirit beasts with a long lineage, the Dragon Clan was a mountain in the heart of every spirit beast. Most of them were only willing to bow down to them, but the brain-eating bug did not think so. Even if it could not surpass the Dragon Clan, it should at least be one of the very few, at least it thought so. However, today, Lin Yi used the bloody facts to shatter its fantasy. Even an illusionary dragon could crush it like this, let alone a real dragon clan. After all, the dragon was only a close relative of the Dragon Clan and the snake race. It was far from being a real dragon. Chapter 5296. The tide is rising. At this moment, Duan Muyu suddenly shouted from below. It was a pleasant surprise that Lin Yi could crush the brain-eating bug so easily, but she didn't forget about the important matter at hand. The tide had begun to rise, and they hadn't even had time to pick the spiritual grass yet. However, when she shouted, the first to react was not Lin Yi, but the brain-eating insect. Although it had been tortured into a miserable loach and seemed to be on the verge of collapse, the brain-eating insect still could not change its fierce and cunning nature. After hearing Duan Muyu's voice, it quickly drilled out of the mud. It really could not do anything to Lin Yi, who had transformed into a dragon, but it could easily capture Duan Muyu. As long as there was a hostage in its hands, it would not be defeated, and it still had the capital to bargain. Duan Muyu was shocked and quickly used the falling leaves of autumn to hide. However, before she had time to escape, the inexplicable aura that appeared before suddenly descended again, and the pressure was much stronger and more violent than before. Trio! Duan Muyu instantly revealed herself, and at this moment, the brain-eating insect was only 1 step away from her. Seeing that her body was about to be caught by the other party, it was too late for her to escape. At this moment, a dragon claw with the 8 trigrams pattern fell from the sky. Puff! The brain-eating insect was grabbed by the claw and then slammed into the mud. No matter how hard it struggled, it could not break free. Are you okay? Lin Yi glanced at Duan Muyu. To be precise, the 5 elements, 8 trigrams, dragon glanced at Duan Muyu. No, I'm fine. Although she knew that the other party was Lin Yi being stared at by a dragon at such a close distance, Duan Muyu subconsciously felt a little flustered. At the same time, she also felt a little excited. This experience was unprecedented. After all, it was a dragon, a legendary existence. It's good that you're okay. Before Lin Yi's voice fell, although the brain-eating insect's head was grabbed by him, the snake's body madly wrapped around him, and it was hysterical and powerful. After being whipped twice by it, even Lin Yi, who had transformed into a dragon, could not bear it. The 8 trigrams pattern on his body suddenly dimmed a lot and began to show signs of deviation and dissipation. Not good. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. He knew that the time limit was up, and he couldn't maintain his dragon form any longer. He quickly gathered all his remaining chi into the dragon claw, and with a sudden burst, the hard skull of the brain-eating worm exploded like a watermelon, turning into a pile of thick, dirty water in the mud, and the stench of it assaulted his nose. At the same time, the flood dragon form of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams flashed and disappeared. Lin Yi quickly returned to the appearance of a primordial spirit. His face was pale, and he was clearly a little weak. "How are you?" Duanmu Yu quickly held him up. Although she did not know the specific situation, she could roughly guess that it was most likely related to the essence of rejuvenating dead leaves that she had revealed to Lin Yi before. The reason why Lin Yi suddenly transformed into a flood dragon was probably because of this essence. Even if it was not the same thing as rejuvenating dead trees, similar methods always had similar side effects. After using it, it was inevitable that he would be weak for a period of time. "I'm fine. With the holy water bead, it won't be a big deal." Lin Yi forced a smile. The side effect of rejuvenating dead leaves was a very long period of weakness. It could be as short as 3 months, or as long as 1.5 years. Duanmu Yu was able to recover so quickly. In addition to her own high talent, it was mainly because she did not use the complete version of rejuvenating dead leaves. What Lin Yi was using now was the mutated version of rejuvenating dead leaves. The side effects were not so troublesome, but still should not be underestimated. After all, the consumption was too great. Strictly speaking, because it was almost a one-sided crushing of the brain-eating worm. Just now, Lin Yi was not really injured. It was just pure consumption. However, the problem was that this consumption was not ordinary consumption, but the consumption after opening the last self-protection valve of the primordial spirit. This was serious. When Lin Yi's primordial spirit was overdrawn to this extent, it was not much better than being injured. Fortunately, the holy water bead could come in handy. Although this thing could not replenish his divine sense energy, it could at least stabilize his primordial spirit. Otherwise, at this moment, Lin Yi would not be able to retain his consciousness at all, and would have long laid down and entered a state of self-hibernation. While relying on the holy water bead to stabilize his primordial spirit, he absorbed the last remaining divine sense energy of the star ink charcoal. Lin Yi knew that he had to restore his strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, a disaster would befall him if any accidents happened. Duanmu Yu saw this and did not say anything else. She turned around and said to Lin Yi, "Get up. You're carrying me?" Lin Yi grinned and added subconsciously, "I'm a man." "Nonsense. I know you're a man. It's urgent, so what's wrong with carrying you? You've carried me before, so we're even," Duanmu Yu urged. She did not take the barrier between men and women as seriously as ordinary girls. Otherwise, when she was carried by Lin Yi in her underwear, she would have been too ashamed to face anyone. How could she act with Lin Yi so openly now? Okay, since even Duanmu Yu did not mind, Lin Yi naturally did not care. Moreover, the tide had already risen, and he did not have the energy to move by himself for a while. This was the only choice he had. Lin Yi immediately climbed onto Duanmu Yu's back. Although she was a tough woman, he could still smell a refreshing fragrance from her neck. Perhaps it was because she had been in contact with Yi all year round in Yiling sect, but this fragrance was very different from that of ordinary women. Rather than saying it was a body fragrance, it was better to say that it was a kind of agarwood fragrance, which actually made him feel refreshed and refreshed. "Behave yourself. Don't breathe into my neck." Duanmu Yu frowned and spat. "I didn't do it on purpose." Lin Yi smiled bitterly. He had overexerted himself, so it was natural for him to pant. How could he deliberately hold his breath at this time? "Then don't breathe into my neck. Also, why are you so light?" Duanmu Yu muttered. She thought that a big man like Lin Yi would at least weigh more than 140 kilograms. She did not expect him to be so light on her back. If Lin Yi had not wrapped his arms around her neck, she was afraid that a gust of wind would blow Lin Yi away. "I'm a spirit body, so of course I'm much lighter than you. Lin Yi smiled bitterly again. Normally he would not be so light, but now he had consumed too much energy. It was already very difficult for him to maintain the appearance of his spirit body. How could he care about whether it was solid or not? Chapter 5297. However, before she leaned over to cut it, Lin Yi on her back suddenly said, "Be careful." "What?" Duan Muyu was shocked, and then she saw a huge loach sweeping out from the mud pile. It was the brain-eating bug, whose head was just crushed by Lin Yi. This guy was still alive. A centipede dies but does not fall down, not to mention the brain-eating bug's heaven-defying vitality. Lin Yi even suspected that it had swallowed the brain of some earthworm-type spirit beast. Even if the head was gone, the remaining body could still survive and become a new, independent individual. I underestimated the enemy. Lin Yi could not help but sigh. If he had dealt with the body just now, there would not be so many problems. Unfortunately, the 5 elements and 8 trigrams dragon form had reached its limit. If he had forcibly maintained it, he might have killed himself. He could only cancel it in advance, but he did not expect it to still leave a hidden danger. Unfortunately, it was too late to react now. Lin Yi's current state could not be said to be completely weak, but for a short period of time, he really did not have any strength to speak of. The only way to save his life was to transform into a spirit and leave it to fate. However, that was the last resort. Although the spirit form would not be harmed most of the time, once it encountered a method similar to alchemic fire that restrained the spirit, it would immediately be doomed. Lin Yi would not dare to do this, even if he was in his peak state, let alone now that he was so weak that he could not withstand a single blow. Maybe he would not even need to be specifically targeted. A strong wind would directly destroy his spirit. After all, the brain-eating bug was a brain-eating bug. Although it had been abused beyond recognition, this near-death sneak attack was still very powerful. Even if it was not even half of its peak state, it was enough to deal with the average gold core stage master. At this moment, Lin Yi even vaguely heard the excited cry of the brain-eating bug. As long as its sneak attack was successful, it could counterattack, and then activate its brain-eating talent. Unfortunately, it forgot one thing. Although Duanmu, you was just an inconspicuous Foundation establishment stage master, this woman's means were not as weak as her strength level. Boom! An iron leaf blocked the brain-eating insect's sneak attack at the last moment. The strength of the iron leaf was so strong that it actually forced the insect back. One leaf like a mountain. However, the opponent's attack was too strong, and Duanmu, you was also sent flying. Even so, she did not forget to take care of Lin Yi behind her. She forcibly flipped her body over before she fell into the pile of mud. Lin Yi was on top of her, and she was on the bottom. She fell face first into the mud, and her face was covered in mud. Why bother? Lin Yi was slightly touched. In fact, there was no need for Duanmu to do this. He could jump away before he landed, but that would more or less damage his essence soul. Pooh! Duanmu spat out a mouthful of mud, which was poured into her nose. She spat it out without caring about her image, and said casually, "It's okay. It's just a mouthful of mud. It's not a big deal." "You really are a tough woman," Lin Yi said sincerely. "Manly woman? What do you mean?" Duanmu frowned. "Miss is really a strong woman." Lin Yi changed the way he put it. Duanmu laughed when she heard this, and did not take it to heart. Instead, she frowned and guarded against the brain-eating bug, which was dead but not dead. The mountain-like leaf just now was her strongest performance, but she did not expect that she still could not defeat a brain-eating bug that was on the verge of death. The gap between them was really shocking. Not only that, the most troublesome thing was that the brain-eating insect had completely turned into a loach at this moment. It quietly drilled into the thick mud, and even divine sense could not detect it. Silk could restrain the perception of divine sense to a great extent. Lin Yi had already experienced this when he was on Sky State Island. Back then, he relied on this to avoid being locked on by Shishan Old Master's divine sense. Even if the two types of silk could not be compared, the effect was similar. Moreover, Duan Muyu's level of divine sense wasn't that strong. It was normal for him to not be able to find the brain-eating bug. If Lin Yi was not so weak now with his powerful divine sense, he might be able to lock on to the brain-eating insect. Unfortunately, this was a completely false proposition. He could only stabilize his essence soul by relying on the holy water pearl. Forcibly releasing his divine sense to search for the brain-eating insect was tantamount to self-harm or even courting death. Let's go. Lin Yi sighed. At this time, the river was filling up bit by bit, and it was almost above his calves. The ominous feeling in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. His intuition told him that if he did not quickly return to the shore, he was afraid that something big would really happen. But Duanmu, you also knew that things were not good. Now, she did not know where the brain-eating insect was hiding, but one thing was certain: if she continued to collect the divine sense grass, the other party would definitely attack again. She had just used 2 falling leaves in the autumn and 1 mountain-like leaf in succession, which consumed a lot of her chi. She might not be able to withstand another attack. Withdrawing and retreating was the wisest thing to do. However, the divine sense grass was right in front of her. Giving it up would be a waste of God's gift, and it might become a lifelong regret. Where there's life, there's hope. This divine sense grass is growing here, and it won't run away. When I recover, I'll come back again. I just need to wait for 1 more day. Lin Yi comforted her. These words were a bit self-deceiving. The divine sense grass did grow here, and of course it could not run away, but was the brain-eating insect not interested in it? Maybe after they left, it would directly swallow it in 1 bite. Okay, Duanmu, you finally defeated her impulse with reason. After making up her mind, she carried Lin Yi on her back and retreated to the shore without hesitation. The 2 of them thought that the brain-eating worm would jump out to stop them, but there was no movement from the mud pile. They did not know if it had escaped or was still hiding in the mud and watching. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a figure on the distant shore quickly approached the 2 of them. After seeing the other party's appearance, Duanmu Yu and Lin Yi's hearts thumped at the same time. The person who came was Xue Jianfeng. No one thought that they would actually meet this guy at this time and place. Oh, hey, the 2 of you got together so quickly. Aren't you afraid of offending public decency in broad daylight? The 2 of you are really open, really romantic. Xue Jianfeng looked at Lin Yi and Duanmu Yu with a mocking look. You better watch your mouth. Duanmu Yu suddenly glared. Although she was a tough woman, it did not mean that she did not value a woman's reputation. If she allowed Xue Jianfeng to talk nonsense, she and Lin Yi would not be able to clear their names even if they jumped into the Yellow River. Now, the brain-eating insect had been beaten half to death, and Lin Yi also looked like he was about to die. As for the remaining Duanmu Yu, Xue Jianfeng did not put him in his eyes at all. He was an expert in the great perfection of the Gold Core realm. It was fine if he was afraid of a freak like Lin Yi, but could it be that he could not even deal with a trivial Duanmu Yu? So, the spiritual consciousness grass is now in your pocket. Lin Yi's tone at the moment did not have the slightest emotion, and there was no hint of sadness or regret. It was completely an objective statement of fact. Duan Muyu was very unwilling, but what Lin Yi said was right. This time, Xue Jianfeng picked up a big bargain, and the spiritual consciousness grass would really be missed by him. At this point, he had no choice but to bow his head. You let me win, you let me win. Xue Jianfeng cupped his hands insincerely. Seeing that the two of them were sensible enough not to stop him, he laughed proudly and walked towards the spiritual consciousness grass. With this thing, he could become the strongest Golden Core Realm Master. At that time, even existences like Lin Yi and the brain-eating insect could only tremble in fear under his feet. Just thinking about that scene was very beautiful. Unexpectedly, just as he leaned over to pick the spiritual consciousness grass, the brain-eating insect, which was no different from a loach, actually came out of the mud again, wrapped in the mud, menacingly. Oh, is this guy the guardian spirit beast of the spiritual consciousness grass? Xue Jianfeng could not help but feel a little surprised. Normally, a spirit beast that was injured to this extent would have already escaped without a trace. Even if it stayed, it would at most ambush strong crossbow archers like Lin Yi and Duan Muyu. He was a dignified Golden Core Realm Master. Where did it get such courage? Although he was surprised, Xue Jianfeng's reaction was not slow at all. From the beginning to the end, he did not take it lightly at all. He had already noticed the brain-eating insect's action the first time, and before the other party could hit him, he had already struck first. Sword falls ninth heaven. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere, and the brain-eating insect, which was already a mess, was seriously injured again. With its super strong body, if it was at its peak, Sword Fall's ninth heaven might not be able to break its defense. Unfortunately, at this moment, its degree of weakness was not much better than Lin Yi's. Immediately, half of its body was cut off by Xue Jianfeng, and it fell into the mud without any movement. Hee, it's so weak, and it still dares to come out to die. A beast will always be a beast. Brainless. Xue Jianfeng was very satisfied with his results. He turned his head and saw that Duan Muyu was about to return to the shore with Lin Yi on his back. He suddenly felt a little regretful that no one appreciated such an awe-inspiring scene. Looking at the spiritual consciousness grass that was submerged in the water was already over his waist. If he did not pick it now, it would be troublesome. Xue Jianfeng hurriedly went up to cut it off from the root, and then picked up the spiritual consciousness grass. However, in the process of bending down to pick up the spiritual consciousness grass, his whole body was inevitably immersed in the water. This time, it was not good. Xue Jianfeng's expression changed greatly, and with a strange cry, he rushed out of the water with all his strength. He did not hesitate to use traceless snow steps, desperately escaping to the shore. Traceless snow steps was not only a movement martial skill that doubled the speed, but it also had a miraculous effect on this kind of water surface. Every step was supported by ice and snow, so he would not sink into the water, and his speed was very fast. What's the situation? Duan Muyu was shocked. Before she could react to what was going on, Xue Jianfeng, who was far behind her, and Lin Yi had already rushed to the front. Run! Lin Yi hurriedly urged. At this time, the most shocking thing was not Xue Jianfeng's strange reaction, but the state of the entire spiritual consciousness river. For the past 2 days, the speed of the rising tide was similar to the speed of the ebbing tide, and there was nothing particularly abnormal. But now, the rising tide was like the yellow river bursting its banks, and it could not be stopped, forcibly rolling up a huge wave. Once they were swept up by the huge wave, the consequences would be unimaginable. The situation was critical, so Duan Muyu immediately increased her speed to the limit. The monstrous wave was extremely fast, but fortunately, the two were not far from the shore. As long as they could escape to the shore in time, they should be able to escape this disaster. Chapter 52, 99. With its strong body, the brain-eating insect wasn't afraid of Lin Yi's tricks at all. It didn't hesitate to use its steel claws to block Lin Yi's attack. Last time, it used these steel claws to destroy the chi pellet bomb, and this time was no exception. However, Lin Yi wasn't stupid enough to go head-to-head with it. With the strength of the opponent's body, even a Xianxing stage cultivator wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand, let alone a peak foundation stage cultivator like him. It would be suicide if he really did that, accompanied by a deep dragon roar, a stream of killing chi of the 5 elements, which seemed to have materialized, left his hand, and met the steel claws first. The result was, unsurprisingly, that he was caught by the other party in an instant, leaving nothing behind. It was a classic example of hitting a rock with an egg. "Hee, is this all you've got?" The brain-eating insect sneered. In its opinion, this method was much weaker than the true chi pellet firebomb just now. Although the true chi pellet firebomb was simple and violent, its power couldn't be underestimated. It could still cause some damage by stuffing it into its mouth just now. As for the seemingly delicate 5 elements killing chi, it was nothing in front of it before he finished his words. Another killing intent of 5 elements had already arrived in front of him. The brain-eating insect suddenly became more contemptuous and lazily stretched out its steel claws again. At the same time, it sneered, "This little power is not even enough to scratch an itch. It'll be the same even if you do it 1,000 or 10,000 times. It's a waste of energy." However, this time, there was a layer of dense 8 trigrams patterns on the 5 elements' killing intent. It was many times more profound than the previous 5 elements' killing intent. It was like a real 5 elements 8 trigrams flood dragon. Kangchi! Not only did the brain-eating insect's steel claws fail to tear it apart, but it was also bitten by it. The entire steel claw was instantly broken at the root, and blood spurted out in an instant, splashing all over the sky. The brain-eating insect suddenly howled in pain. Although it was careless, its fighting instinct was not weak. Its brain did not react in time, but the poisonous tail thorn had already stabbed back. However, before it could stab, the 5 elements 8 trigrams dragon roared again and sent it flying with its tail. It smashed into the mud below and could not extricate itself. This scene happened too quickly. Even Duanmu, you was dumbstruck, let alone the brain-eating insect that was beaten to a pulp. It was the same 5-element killing intent, and it couldn't even take a hit just now. How did it become so strong all of a sudden? What was even more shocking was, where did Lin Yi go? Duanmu was confused, but the brain-eating insect wasn't stupid. It was caught off guard and suffered a big loss. Its brain worked extremely fast. It looked at the 5 elements and 8 trigrams flood dragon in the sky and said, "You're Lin Yi." The dragon didn't say anything, but it had a human-like expression on its face. It was clear that the brain-eating insect was right. It was Lin Yi. How? How is this possible? Duanmu, you didn't know what to say anymore. She knew that Lin Yi was a spirit, but a spirit was just a spirit. From what she knew, a spirit could only take on the form of a fog, and it couldn't change into any other form. She couldn't say that Lin Yi's real form was a dragon, could she? Lin Yi, of course, wasn't a dragon. The only reason he could become like this was all thanks to her, Duanmu. Originally, Lin Yi's low level of foundation stage was far from enough to use the killing intent of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. But this time, with the enlightenment, his strength was completely different even though he was still in the same stage. This was because he'd learned the rejuvenation of withered leaves. Of course, what he comprehended wasn't the original version of rejuvenation of the withered leaves. It didn't recover true chi or heal his own injuries, but it was related to his primordial spirit. The human body had a self-protection mechanism, and so did the primordial spirit. In theory, after being severely injured, the primordial spirit would not collapse directly, but would enter a state of self-dormancy like the body. In other words, one could only use 70% of one's strength at most, and the remaining 30% was used for self-protection. There was an extremely strong gate between the two, and it was impossible to use it normally even if one wanted to. Spirit leaf sect as rejuvenation of withered leaves could open up the gates of the physical body after it was injured and allow it to recover to its peak state in a short period of time. However, this state was like the final radiance of the setting sun, so there were great side effects. And now, after 3 days of meditation, he'd successfully found the valve that locked the essence spirit. Once the valve was opened, the strength of the spirit would increase by more than 30%, or even more. Lin Yi's strength was already at the peak of foundation stage, and after the 30% increase, he would immediately become a golden core master. Even if it was temporary, the extra strength was not fake, of course, with such a huge gap in strength between him and the brain-eating insects, not to mention a temporary golden core. Even a real golden core was useless. At most, the power of the true Chi Pill firebomb was stronger, but the effect was still limited against the brain-eating insects. There was no need to mention the killing intent of the 5 elements, but it did not include the killing intent of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. In terms of level, just the killing intent of the 5 elements was far above that of a golden core stage cultivator. After all, this was a move that was invincible even in the original infant stage. It was just that Lin Yi's level was too low, and he was facing a monster like the brain-eating insect at the same time. So it seemed so powerless, but the 5 elements 8 trigrams killing intent was different. It was on a much higher level than the 5 elements 8 trigrams killing intent, and the level of suppression it displayed against the brain-eating insect was far beyond the actual suppression of the insect's strength. To put it bluntly, the 5 elements 8 trigrams killing intent was enough to completely reverse the balance between the two. However, even if Lin Yi had reached the temporary golden core stage, he still wasn't strong enough to use the killing intent of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. So he thought of a way, using the advantage of being a spirit, to merge his entire spirit into it. This way, not only did he successfully form the killing intent of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, but he also created a living dragon. You can actually transform into a flood dragon. Could this be your true form? The brain-eating insect was completely shocked. It looked at the 5 elements and 8 trigrams flood dragons circling back and forth in the sky with great fear. In the entire world of spirit beasts, the dragon clan had always been synonymous with power and invincibility. Even the flood dragons were the same. Although the brain-eating insect was naturally gifted, it could not help but feel fear in the face of the dragon clan. This was an instinct, a tremble that came from the depths of the soul. No matter how hard it tried to suppress it, it could not be suppressed. Can you make a guess? The dragon suddenly spoke. It was Lin Yi's voice. That's not right. You clearly have the scent of a pure human on you. It's impossible for you to be a spirit beast. Could it be that you actually have the ability to transform into a flood dragon, or is this your second form? The brain-eating insect's eyes rolled. The feeling of not looking at the almanac when going out would only appear on others, not it. Today was really an accident. It was too horrible to look at, but the brain-eating insect still struggled to fly up. Its vitality was extremely tenacious. You can fly with one wing? What a talent! Lin Yi couldn't help but give it a thumbs up, but he didn't hold back at all. With a single breath, he destroyed the only remaining steel claw and wing. The brain-eating insect fell into the quagmire again. It was still majestic and domineering before, but now it had completely turned into a loach. A phoenix was not as good as a chicken, nothing more. Impossible. That was impossible. That's impossible. The brain-eating insect was still struggling in the mud, but both its wings were broken, and it couldn't fly anymore. Close combat was its proudest ability, and it was invincible in the entire ancient testing grounds. After all, even the Lord didn't do this, but it didn't expect to be killed by Lin Yi today, and in the way it was best at just like that. Is there a need to be so disappointed after losing to a flood dragon? Just how confident are you? Lin Yi couldn't help but be happy. Even he didn't expect the dragon to have such strong physical strength. He couldn't help but sigh. The dragon race was indeed an invincible existence in the spirit beast world. This race's talent was heartless. Of course, it wasn't entirely because of the dragon's strength that it could form such a one-sided suppression. Another important reason was that it wasn't a pure physical body, but a half-primordial divine body that relied on the fusion of primordial spirit and spiritual chi. Every claw and every bite seemed to be a simple physical attack, but the main body was actually the extremely profound, killing intent of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. It naturally had the upper hand in a simple physical fight like the brain-eating insects, so it wasn't surprising that it could form a suppression. My physical body is invincible. Even the dragon race can't be my match. Absolutely not. The brain-eating insect was still hypnotizing itself. Except for a few spirit beasts with a long bloodline, the dragon clan was the mountain in the heart of every spirit beast. Most of them were just willing to bow their heads, but the brain-eating insect never thought so. Even if it couldn't surpass the dragon clan, it should at least be one of the few. At least, that's what it thought. But today, Lin Yi's bloody reality shattered its fantasy. Even a phantom flood dragon could torture it like this, let alone a real dragon. One must know that flood dragons were only close relatives born from the crossbreeding between the dragon race and the snake race. They were far from being considered real dragons. He's already been beaten into a mudfish, yet he's still so stubborn. He's really tenacious. Lin Yi shook his head. As far as he was concerned, the brain-eating insect was a powerful spirit beast, and with its innate talent of eating brains, it might become a big crocodile on sky-class islands, but there was still a big gap between it and the real top-tier spirit beasts. If it had seen the azure dragon and vermilion bird with its own eyes, it wouldn't be so ignorant. Chapter 53:01. The tide is rising. Duanmu Yu suddenly shouted from below. It was a pleasant surprise that Lin Yi could easily crush the brain-eating insect, but she didn't forget the important thing. The tide was already rising, but she didn't even have time to pick the spirit grass. However, the first one to react wasn't Lin Yi, but the brain-eating insect. Although it had been tortured into a mud loach and looked like it was on the verge of collapse, the brain-eating insect still couldn't change its cruel and cunning nature. After hearing Duanmu Yu's voice, it immediately drilled out of the mud. It couldn't do anything to Lin Yi in his dragon form, but it could easily take Duanmu Yu down. As long as it had a hostage in its hands, it would not be completely defeated, and it would still have the capital to bargain. Duanmu Yu was greatly shocked. He immediately used fallen leaves in autumn to hide himself. However, before she could escape from the place, the mysterious aura that had appeared earlier suddenly descended once again. Moreover, the pressure was much more powerful and violent than before. It was a trio. Duanmu Yu instantly revealed himself. At this moment, the brain-eating insect was only one step away from her. It looked like it was about to be caught by the other party. It was simply too late for her to escape. At this moment, a dragon claw with 8 trigrams patterns on it descended from the sky. Puffed. The brain-eating insect's head was grabbed by a claw, and then it was pressed into the mud. No matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't break free. "Are you all right?" Lin Yi looked at Duanmu Yu, or more accurately, the dragon looked at Duanmu Yu. I'm fine." Duanmu Yu knew that the other party was Lin Yi, but he was still a little flustered to be looked at by a dragon at such a close distance. At the same time, he felt a little excited. This was an unprecedented experience. After all, it was a dragon, a legendary existence. It's good that you're fine. He didn't even finish his sentence when the brain-eating insect's head was grabbed by him, but its snake body wrapped around him like crazy, and it was extremely strong too. After being whipped twice, even Lin-Yi in his dragon form couldn't take it. The 8 trigrams on his body suddenly dimmed a lot, and it started to show signs of shifting and disappearing. Not good. Lin-Yi's heart skipped a beat. He knew that the time limit was up, and he couldn't maintain his dragon form any longer. He quickly gathered all his remaining chi into that dragon claw, and with a strong force, the brain-eating insect's hard skull exploded like a watermelon, turning into a thick pile of dirty water in the mud, and the smell was pungent. At the same time, the dragon's form disappeared, and Lin-Yi quickly returned to his Yuan spirit form. His face was pale, and he was obviously weak. "How are you?" Duanmu Yu quickly held him up. She didn't know the exact situation, but she could guess that it had something to do with the essence of rejuvenation of withered leaves she told Lin-Yi before. Lin-Yi's sudden dragon transformation was probably for reference. Even if it wasn't the same thing as rejuvenation of withered wood, similar methods would have similar side effects, and he'd be weak for a while after using it. "It's all right. With the holy water pearl, nothing major will happen." Lin-Yi forced a smile. The after effects of rejuvenation of withered leaves came with a long period of weakness anywhere from 3 months to a year and a half. Duanmu Yu was able to recover so quickly, not only because of her talent, but also because she wasn't using the complete version of rejuvenation of withered leaves. Lin-Yi was using the mutated version of rejuvenation of withered leaves, so the after effects weren't as bad, but it still couldn't be underestimated. After all, the consumption was too great. Strictly speaking, Lin-Yi wasn't really injured because he was crushed by the brain-eating insect. He just used up too much energy. But the problem was that this wasn't a normal consumption. It was the consumption of opening the last self-preservation valve of his spirit, which was serious, with his spirit exhausted to this point. It was no better than being injured. Luckily, the holy water pearl came in handy. Although it couldn't replenish his spiritual energy, it could at least stabilize his spirit. Otherwise, Lin-Yi wouldn't be able to retain his consciousness at all and would have fallen into a self-dormant state. He used the sacred water pearl to stabilize his spirit while absorbing the last bit of consciousness energy from the star-inked coal. Lin-Yi knew that he had to recover his strength as soon as possible, or he'd be in trouble if something happened again. Duanmu, you didn't waste any more time, and turned to Lin-Yi. "Get on. You're piggybacking me." Lin-Yi grinned and added subconsciously, "I'm a man." "Nonsense. I know you're a man. What's wrong with me carrying you? You even hugged me before, so we're even." Duanmu Yu urged. She didn't put as much importance on the difference between a man and a woman as other girls did, or she would have been too embarrassed to show her face to anyone after being carried by Lin-Yi in her undergarments. She wouldn't be acting so openly with Lin-Yi like this. "All right," he said. "If even Duanmu you didn't mind." Lin-Yi didn't mind either. The tide was rising again, and he didn't have the energy to move around. He had no choice. Lin-Yi immediately climbed onto Duanmu Yu's back. She was a tough woman, but he could still smell a refreshing fragrance from her neck. Perhaps it was because she spent a lot of time with the leaves in the spirit leaf sect, but the fragrance was different from that of a normal woman. It was more like an ancient wood scent rather than a body scent, and it actually made him feel refreshed and alert. "Be good and don't breathe into my neck." Duanmu, you frowned and spat. "I didn't do it on purpose." Lin-Yi smiled bitterly. He had overexerted himself, and it was natural for him to gasp for breath. Did he really have to hold it in at a time like this? "Then don't breathe in there. Also, why are you so light?" Duanmu, you mumbled. She thought that a man like Lin Yi would be at least 140 pounds, but she didn't expect him to be so light on her back. If it wasn't for Lin Yi's arms around her neck, she was afraid that a gust of wind would blow Lin Yi away. I'm a primordial spirit. Of course, I'm much lighter than you. Lin Yi smiled bitterly again. Normally wouldn't be this light, but he used up too much energy right now. It was already very difficult to maintain the form of an essence spirit. He didn't have time to care about it. Duanmu, you responded with an "oh," but didn't retreat to the shore immediately. Instead, he ran towards the consciousness grass. She and Lin Yi fought with their lives for this thing. And now that Lin Yi had defeated the brain-eating insect, of course, they couldn't leave this treasure behind. Chapter 5302. But before she could do it, Lin Yi suddenly spoke up from her back. Be careful! What's wrong? Duanmuyu was shocked. He saw a giant mudfish coming from the mud. It was the brain-eating insect that Lin Yi had just crushed. It wasn't dead. A centipede would never die, not to mention a brain-eating insect with a heaven-defying life force. Lin Yi even suspected that it had devoured the brain of some earthworm-type spirit beast. Even if the head was gone, the rest of the body could still survive and become a new individual. That he had underestimated his enemy. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. It wouldn't have been this bad if he'd gotten rid of his body as well, but the dragon form was at its limit. He might have died if he kept it up, so he had to get rid of it early. He didn't expect that there would still be hidden dangers, but it was too late. Lin Yi wasn't completely weak right now, but he didn't have any strength to speak of in a short time. The only way to save his life was to turn into a spirit and leave it to fate, but that was the last resort. Although a spirit was mostly unharmed, it would be doomed if it encountered something like the refinement fire that restrained the spirit. Lin Yi wouldn't do that even if he was at his peak, let alone now that he was so weak that he couldn't even take a single blow. Maybe the opponent wouldn't even need to specifically target him. His spirit would be destroyed in a gust of wind. After all, a brain-eating insect was still a brain-eating insect, although it had been abused beyond recognition. This sneak attack on the verge of death was still very powerful. Even if it was not even half of its peak state, it was enough to deal with an ordinary Jiedon stage master. Lin Yi could even hear the brain-eating insect's excited cry. As long as it succeeded in its sneak attack, it could counterattack and activate its brain-eating talent. Unfortunately, it had forgotten one thing. Although Duanmu Yu was only an unremarkable Foundation Paragon expert, this woman's methods were not as weak as her level of strength. Boom. A piece of iron leaf firmly blocked the brain-eating insect's sneak attack at the last moment. The strength of the force actually forced it back. The leaf was like a mountain. However, the opponent's attack was too strong. Duanmu Yu was also sent flying. Even so, she didn't forget to take care of Lin Yi behind her. She managed to turn her body over before she fell into the mud. Lin Yi was on top of her, and she fell face on, her face covered in mud. Why bother? Lin Yi was a little touched. Duanmu, you didn't have to do this at all. He could have jumped away before he hit the ground, but that would have damaged his soul. Uffed. Duanmu, you spat out a mouthful of mud from his mouth. The mud had been poured into her nose. As he vomited without a care for his image, he casually said in an uncaring manner, "It's fine. It's just a mouthful of mud. It's not a big deal." "You're really a tough woman," Lin Yi said sincerely. "Tomboy, what do you mean by that?" Duanmu frowned. "Young lady is truly a warrior." Lin Yi rephrased. Duanmu laughed when he heard this. He didn't take it to heart. Instead, he frowned and guarded against the brain-eating insect that was still alive. The mountain of leaves was already her strongest display, but she didn't expect that she still couldn't win against a brain-eating insect that was on the verge of death. The gap between them was really shocking. Not only that, but the most troublesome thing was that the brain-eating insect had completely turned into a loach, quietly burrowing in the thick mud, and couldn't be detected even with spiritual awareness. The sludge could greatly suppress the perception of spirit sense. Lin Yi had already experienced this on the Sky-class island. He used this to avoid the old sect master's spiritual lock-on back then. Even if the two types of sludge couldn't be compared, the effects were similar. Moreover, the perception of Duanmu Yu's level wasn't that strong, so it was normal that he couldn't find the brain-eating insect. If Lin Yi wasn't so weak, he might be able to lock onto the brain-eating insect with his powerful spirit sense. Unfortunately, that was a false proposition. He only relied on the holy water bead to stabilize his spirit. Forcefully releasing his spirit sense to search for the brain-eating insect was no different from self-harm and even suicide. "Let's go," he said. Lin Yi sighed. The river was slowly filling up, and it was almost up to his calf. The bad feeling in his heart was getting stronger and stronger, and his instinct told him that if he didn't get back to the shore now, something bad was going to happen. But Duanmu, you also knew that the situation was not good. She did not know where the brain-eating insect was hiding, but one thing was for sure. If she continued to pick the spiritual grass, the other party would definitely launch another sneak attack. She had already used falling leaves in autumn twice and mountain of leaves once. The consumption of Jinqi was not small. She might not be able to withstand another attack. Retreating was the wisest choice. However, the spirit sense grass was right in front of him, so it would be a waste to give it up just like that. It might even become a lifetime regret. As long as there's life, there's hope. This spiritual awareness grass won't run away. I'll come back after I recover. I just need to wait one more day. Lin Yi consoled that it was a bit of a self-deception. The spirit grass did grow here, and of course it couldn't run away, but did that mean the brain-eating insect wasn't interested in it? Maybe it would just eat it after they left. "All right," he said. In the end, Duanmu Yu's rationality triumphed over his impulse. After making up his mind, he carried Lin Yi on his back and retreated to the shore without hesitation. The two of them thought that the brain-eating insect would still jump out to stop them, but there was no movement in the mud. They didn't know if it had already escaped or was still hiding in the mud, but at this time, a figure quickly approached them from the shore. Duanmu Yu and Lin Yi's hearts skipped a beat when they saw the person's face. It was Xue Jianfeng. No one would have thought that they would actually meet this guy at this time and place. "Oh, the two of you got together so quickly. Aren't you afraid of being indecent in broad daylight? The two of you are really open-minded. What a romantic atmosphere." Xue Jianfeng looked at Lin Yi and Lin Yi with disdain. "You better watch your mouth." Duanmu Yu's eyes widened. A tomboy was a tomboy, but that didn't mean she didn't care about a woman's reputation. If she let Xue Jianfeng talk nonsense, she and Lin Yi would never be able to clear their names. All right. I'm not a big-mouth person. After all, she's the big senior sister of Spirit Leaf Sect. I can't ruin the sect's reputation over such a small matter. I understand." Xue Jianfeng revealed an expression of understanding, as if he was certain that there must be an affair between the two. Chapter 53:03. You know nothing. Duanmu Yu was completely enraged. If it wasn't for the fact that he was only at the Golden Core stage and that she was carrying a weak Lin Yi, she would have slapped him already. "All right, then I'll just pretend that I don't understand. But I really don't understand. Are you, this tomboy, too hungry and thirsty? You actually squeezed the Grand Uncle Master of the North Island's Qingyan School to this extent. Are you going to die from exhaustion? As the saying goes, even if you die under a peony flower, you'll still be a romantic ghost. Although you're not a peony flower, you're still pretty. It's a blessing to die on a woman's belly. I can't envy you. Xue Jianfeng's words were full of sarcasm, completely forgetting that Lin Yi had just saved his life a few days ago. His true nature was revealed. Duan Yu was furious, but Lin Yi interrupted him. He looked at Xue Jianfeng and said, "What are you doing here?" Of course it's for the spirit sense grass." Xue Jianfeng laughed as he stared at the spirit sense grass that had been slightly submerged by the river. "You know about spirit sense grass?" Duan Yu was startled. "Of course I know. Why else do you think I spent so much effort to come here? If I can't find the spiritual grass, this once-in-a-thousand-years ancient trial is nothing," Xue Jianfeng said with a proud expression. Although there were very few people in the ancient martial world who knew about the spiritual awareness grass, his father was the vice sect leader of Snow Sword Sect after all. He was also one of the big shots on the surface, so it was not strange for him to know some secrets. "So you've been hiding on the shore and watching from the start," Linny said suddenly. "That's right. You're all so fierce. How could I dare to come up here?" Xue Jianfeng chuckled. He didn't know that Lin Yi and Duan Yu were here at first, nor did he know that the two found the consciousness grass. He was purely attracted by the brain-eating insect in the sky, and he saw the whole confrontation between Lin Yi and the brain-eating insect that, to be honest, Xue Jianfeng was really shocked by the two's strength. He was glad that he didn't show up. Otherwise, even if he was a peak Jindan, he would be one-sided against Lin Yi, whether it was the brain-eating insect or the dragon. Fortunately, he was wise enough to choose to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Moreover, the heavens were also taking care of him. He actually managed to create a situation where both sides suffered losses, and he just happened to benefit from it. Right now, the brain-eating insect was already half dead, and Linny looked like he was about to die. As for the remaining Duan Yu, Xue Jianfeng didn't even put him in his eyes. He was a peak Jindan stage master, and it was fine to be afraid of a freak like Lin Yi, but couldn't he even handle a mere Duan Yu? "So, the spirit sense grass is now in your possession." Lin Yi's tone didn't have a hint of emotion, not even a hint of heartache or regret. He was just stating an objective fact. Duan Yu didn't want to give up, but what Lin Yi said was right. Xue Jianfeng had gotten a great deal this time, and he was really going to miss out on the spirit grass. Now that things had come to this, he had to lower his head. Thank you. Xue Jianfeng cupped his hands in return, not at all sincere. Seeing that the two didn't stop him, he laughed proudly and walked towards the spirit grass. With this thing, he could become the strongest Golden Core stage master. At that time, even Lin Yi and the brain-eating insect could only tremble under his feet. Just thinking about it was a beautiful scene. Unexpectedly, just as he bent down to pick the spiritual grass, the brain-eating insect, which was no different from a loach, actually came out of the mud and attacked menacingly. Oh, could it be that this guy is the spirit beast guardian of the spirit sense grass? Xue Jianfeng couldn't help but be surprised. Normally, a spirit beast would have run away long ago after being injured like this. Even if it stayed, it would at most be able to ambush strong bows like Lin Yi and Duan Yu. He was a peak Jindan stage expert. Where did this spirit beast get such courage from? Although he was surprised, Xue Jianfeng's reaction was not slow at all. From the beginning to the end, he did not take it lightly. He had noticed the brain-eating insect's movement at the first moment, and before the other party hit him, he had already launched his attack. One sword fell to the 9 heavens. Puffed. Blood splattered everywhere, and the already injured brain-eating insect was once again injured. If it was in its peak condition, one sword from the 9 heavens might not be able to break through its defense, but it was no better than Lin Yi right now. Half of its body was cut off by Xue Jianfeng, and it fell into the mud without any movement. You're so weak, yet you still dare to come out and court death. A beast is a beast, you're brainless. Xue Jianfeng was very satisfied with his battle results. He turned around and saw that Duanmu Yu was already carrying Lin Yi back to the shore. He felt a little regretful that no one was here to appreciate his magnificent scene. He looked at the spirit sense grass that was submerged in the water. At this time, the water was already waist deep. If he didn't pick it now, it would be troublesome. Xue Jianfeng quickly went up and cut it off from the roots, then picked up the spirit sense grass. However, in the process of bending over to pick up the spirit sense grass, his entire body was inevitably immersed in the water. This was a big deal. Xue Jianfeng's expression changed greatly, and he rushed out of the water with all his might. He didn't hesitate to use Traceless in the snow and fled to the shore with all his might. Traceless snow step was not only a movement martial skill that could double one's speed, but it also had the miraculous effect of a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Every step he took would cause ice and snow to float, so he would not sink into the water. What's the situation? Duanmu Yu was shocked, but before she could react, Xue Jianfeng, who was behind her, and Lin Yi was already in front of them. Quickly run. Lin Yi quickly urged. The most shocking thing right now wasn't a snow sword's reaction, but the state of the entire river of consciousness. The tide rose and fell at the same speed 2 days ago, and there was nothing special about it. But now, the tide rose and fell like the Yellow River bursting its dam, and it was unstoppable. Once they were hit by the huge waves, the consequences would be unimaginable. The situation was critical. Duanmu Yu immediately increased his speed to the maximum. The monstrous waves came at an extremely fast speed. Fortunately, the two of them were not far from the shore. As long as they could escape to the shore in time, they should be able to escape this calamity. Duanmu Yu didn't drop the ball at the critical moment. Lin Yi was on her back, but she still managed to reach the shore at the last moment. The giant wave was only 1 step away from them. Chapter 53:04. Although he couldn't let his guard down now, as long as he returned to the shore, it would be fine. Even if the waves swept over, there would only be some remnants at most, and they wouldn't be too powerful. We've finally escaped this calamity. Duanmu, you finally heaved a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, before she could even catch her breath, Xue Jianfeng, who had already reached the shore, suddenly turned around and kicked her without any warning. This kick caught her off guard and landed squarely on her chest. Before he could do anything, Duanmu Yu and Lin Yi were swallowed by the giant wave and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hee, a pair of adulterers, rest in peace. Xue Jianfeng's lips curved into a sinister smile. He had been thinking about how to deal with the two from the start. Duanmu Yu was nothing in his eyes, but Lin Yi was his #1 enemy. He couldn't do anything to Lin Yi normally, but now that a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity had presented itself to him, how could he let it go? However, Lin Yi's dragon transformation was too shocking. So even though he knew that Lin Yi was extremely weak, Xue Jianfeng didn't dare to attack. If Lin Yi still had some life-saving methods, it would be troublesome if the whole thing was exposed. Don't forget that Central forbade them from messing with Lin Yi, just dealing with Lung, and the others was already crossing the line. It was him and the professor who made the decision on their own. If the news of them attacking Lin Yi got out, even the professor wouldn't be able to handle the consequences, having just gone through Central's intensive training program. Xue Jianfeng had a much deeper understanding of how terrifying Central was than Bing Wuqing and the others. If he still had a sense of superiority over the people of the Ancient Alliance in the past, he had completely given up on that thought now. Disobeying orders was betraying, and betraying Central was the same as courting death. Now, Lin Yi and Duanmu, you were both swept into the river of consciousness. No matter how many tricks he had up his sleeve, he would die without a doubt, not to mention the two of them Even Xue Jianfeng himself was scared out of his wits the moment he fell into the water. It was a terrible experience that almost sucked away his soul. It was a nightmare that he would never want to recall in his life. This river is so F***ing evil. Xue Jianfeng mumbled, but he didn't take it to heart. It didn't matter what happened in the river of consciousness. Lin Yi and Duanmu, you had disappeared from this world without a trace. And the most important thing was that he got the soul grass he had been dreaming of. Looking at the spirit sense grass in his hand with great interest, Xue Jianfeng suddenly felt cold and shivered unconsciously. At the same time, he felt a little dizzy, but he quickly recovered and frowned. Did you catch a cold? It's just a little bit of water, and it's already like this. This river is really strange. He was an expert at the great circle of the Jiedan stage. Normally, he should be immune to all kinds of diseases. According to reason, no matter how much he struggled, such a small illness as a cold should not appear on him. Even if he was injured, it would only be by someone else. What kind of situation was this? After carefully checking his body and finding nothing out of the ordinary, Xue Jianfeng finally relaxed and continued to study the spirit sense grass he had just obtained. Little did he know that at this moment there was a tiny pinhole in his brain, and in the pinhole there was an extremely small white worm quietly sitting. Xue Jianfeng didn't seem to notice this at all. He sneered proudly as he looked back at the place where Lin Yi and Duanmu you fell into the water. He immediately kept the spirit sense grass and left. This place was full of danger, and it wasn't good to stay here for long. Isn't it a little inappropriate to leave like this? Bing Wuqing's figure suddenly appeared as she spoke, and Fei Yangsheng, who was supposed to be following her, was nowhere to be seen. You've been following me? Xue Jianfeng was shocked, and it was as if he was facing a great enemy. He wasn't a fool. When he was dealing with Long last time, he could still pretend that it was a coincidence that he had encountered Bing Wuqing. However, he had clearly escaped by stepping on the snow without leaving a trace, and Bing Wuqing had still been able to lead the ancient monitor lizard to find him. Now, she had suddenly appeared in front of him. If this was still a coincidence, then it would be ridiculous. Compared to all the big things you've done, is my little thing important? Bing Wuqing said expressionlessly. When did you arrive? Xue Jianfeng quickly asked. He had to confirm whether the other party knew that he had killed Lin Yi or not. This was a life and death matter. Just now, Bing Wuqing's answer made him heave a sigh of relief, but his heart immediately fell to the bottom. When you kicked Lin Yi and Duanmu Yu down the stairs. Bullshit! I clearly only kicked Duanmu Yu. Xue Jianfeng quickly clarified. Yeah, too bad Lin Yi was on her back when you kicked him. I saw it clearly. There's no point in trying to argue. Bing Wuqing said with a strange expression. You, Xue Jianfeng, was rendered speechless for a moment. He had never thought that his lucky kick would actually be seen by Bing Wuqing. If it had been anyone else, he could have killed them to silence them with his strength. But this was Bing Wuqing. They were both at the peak of the gold core realm, and her strength was not any weaker than his. Most importantly, she was also a central member like him. If this matter were to be disclosed to the higher-ups, the consequences would make his heart go cold. In a moment of desperation, Xue Jianfeng's eyes turned, and he suddenly said, I know, you're Lin Yi's man. What did you just say? Bing Wuqing's eyes flickered. You're Lin Yi's man. Xue Jianfeng repeated with a cold smile. What he said just now was just a wild guess, but after seeing Bing Wuqing's reaction, he was suddenly sure of it. That's right, this guy was Lin Yi's man. This was the only way to explain all the illogical things that had happened before. Tell me. Bing Wuqing wasn't flustered or exasperated. Instead, she was all ears. I've already thought it through. There's only one place for the Central's Focus Training Program, and that's me. Otherwise, even if the professor didn't tell me, I would have heard some news from the researchers. Unfortunately, there's nothing, which means I'm the only one from the beginning. Xue Jianfeng deduced confidently. So what? Bing Wuqing retorted. Since you didn't get into the intensive training program, then there must be something fishy about you breaking through from the late stage to the full stage of the Golden Core in just 1.5 months. In the entire secular world, there's only one person who can do this, and that's Lin Yi. The more Xue Jianfeng spoke, the more certain he became. Chapter 53:05. It wasn't just Ling Ling. Lin Yi had given a lot of elixirs to the people around him, and they weren't ordinary elixirs at all. This guy's background was mysterious, and since he could casually give away golden cores to foundation building cultivators, it was natural that he could get golden cores. Without a doubt, Bing Wuqing's breakthrough must have come from her golden core. Continue. Bing Wuqing looked at him calmly. You received Lin Yi's pill. That's why you were able to level up twice, isn't it? Xue Jianfeng sneered. He's not related to me at all, and there's even a grudge between us. Why did he give me the pill? Bing Wuqing retorted. Humph, that goes without saying. Of course, I'm using pills to win you over. Otherwise, why would you help Lung Lung so much? And why would you live in peace with Lin Yi? Bing Wuqing, you can't explain yourself. You'd better just admit to this, Xue Jianfeng said proudly. Nonsense. Don't forget that you and I have both eaten the pills from Central. If I give you 2 golden cores, do you dare to betray Central? Bing Wuqing snorted. Xue Jianfeng was taken aback for a moment before he finally realized that there was such a thing. His previously high-spirited expression instantly turned dull, just as Bing Wuqing had said. Who would dare to betray Central if they didn't get rid of this fatal weakness? Plus, if Lin Yi really did come to recruit me, I wouldn't be completely at ease with him. He'd definitely do something to me, like Central did. You probably forgot again. Central has regular physical examinations. Bing Wuqing snorted coldly. Xue Jianfeng didn't know what to say anymore. He would never have thought that Lin Yi could not only get rid of Central's control over them, but also get Lin Dongfang to put a goo on them. Even Central's high-tech equipment couldn't detect it. No matter what, there's a lot of suspicious points about you, and it's a fact that you're not clear with Lin Yi. Xue Jianfeng argued. Whatever, you can tell this to the higher-ups. If you want, I'll tell them about you kicking Lin Yi into the river too. We'll see who'll be the unlucky one. Bing Wuqing said indifferently, without any fear. You. Xue Jianfeng choked again. He rolled his eyes and didn't know how to refute, so he said, What do you want? I don't want anything. It's just that whoever sees it gets a share of the treasure. You're holding such a long stalk of spiritual grass. You can't be thinking of taking it for yourself, right? Bing Wuqing's eyes were bright as she stared at the spiritual awareness grass. Anyone would want a treasure like the spiritual grass. It was a fatal temptation for any golden core expert, and Bing Wuqing was no exception. Xue Jianfeng also knew that this matter would not be settled so easily. If he wanted to seal Bing Wuqing's mouth, he had to bleed. Fortunately, there was enough spiritual sense grass. Even if he gave away a part of it, he believed that it would be enough to refine himself into the strongest expert in the golden core stage. I'll give you half, and nothing will happen today, Xue Jianfeng said through gritted teeth. In fact, even if he had not been caught red-handed, he would not have taken the spiritual awareness grass for himself today. Since he had seen it, Bing Wuqing would not be so easy to get rid of. All right. Bing Wuqing agreed readily. In such a dangerous place, she didn't want to risk fighting Xue Jianfeng. After all, Xue Jianfeng could escape at any time with his traceless snow step. Unless he set up an ice cage like last time, it would be time-consuming and energy-consuming, and it would definitely turn into a fight to the death, which was not the situation he wanted. Bing Wuching wasn't greedy, and half a divine sense grass should be enough. If she wanted more, she would have to go all out and snatch it from Shui Jianfeng. It was too risky and not worth it. Shui Jianfeng immediately cut off half of the consciousness grass, but he didn't throw it over. Instead, he warned, "If you don't keep your word, don't blame me for fighting you to the death." When have I ever gone back on my word? Bing Wuching looked at him from the corner of her eyes. "All right," he said. Shui Jianfeng immediately threw the remaining half of the spiritual grass over. Although Bing Wuching had always been cold and emotionless, she was a person who kept her word. In this regard, she was much more reliable than Shui Jianfeng. But then again, putting aside the fact that Bing Wuching wasn't an open and above-board gentleman, even if he were, with Shui Jianfeng's villain heart, he wouldn't completely trust him. The only reason he was so tactful was that he didn't want to fight to the death with the other party. As for Lin Yi's death, there were no witnesses, not even a corpse could be found, and there were no other witnesses. The higher-ups might not believe Bing Wuching's words. Besides, Shui Jianfeng could totally throw mud at Bing Wuching like he did just now. Whether it was true or not, since they were both dirty-minded, they could only argue with each other, and there wouldn't be any real threat. "We'll meet again," Shui Jianfeng snorted, and left quickly using traceless snow. Although he had told them about Bing Wuching's setback, he was actually in a good mood. Not only did he get the spiritual sense grass as he wished, but he also killed his #1 enemy, Lin Yi. It was double happiness, and he had to celebrate it. However, it wasn't the time yet. This test wasn't just about Lin Yi. He wanted to get rid of all the other geniuses that could threaten him in the future. He had to get rid of them all, like the flying spirit of 1,000 blades. Shui Jianfeng left, but Bing Wuching didn't leave immediately. After carefully putting away the deified soul grass, she looked at the river of deified soul, which was gradually calming down, and fell into deep thought. Not long after, a figure stumbled out of the dense forest behind them. It was Fei Yongsheng, who had been left behind. He was overjoyed to see Bing Wuching. "Martial Uncle Bing, you're walking too fast. I really can't catch up." "Then stop chasing," Bing Wuching said indifferently. "Ugh, how can I do that? Lin Yichinbei ordered me to follow you. How can I go against his wishes?" Fei Yongsheng chuckled. He was afraid that Bing Wuching would abandon him, so he used Lin Yi's name. Little did he know that Lin Yi had already been kicked into the river with Duanmu Yu. Bing Wuching didn't comment, but looked at the river with a complicated expression. When Shui Jianfeng had kicked the two into the river of consciousness, he had just arrived. If he had used all his strength, he actually had a chance to stop it, but he would have to take a great risk. He'd hesitated. Thinking that Lin Yi wouldn't fall for it so easily, he didn't think that he'd actually fall into the river with Duanmu Yu catching him off guard. Of course, he wasn't loyal to Lin Yi at all. He accepted the offer because he knew what was good for him. If Lin Yi died, he wouldn't be sad at all. However, he was worried about the goo in his body. What if Lin Yi really died and the goo poison acted up again? What would he do? Chapter 53:06. However, Health Maintenance Fei was completely unaware of this. Instead, he looked at the river of consciousness in front of him and said excitedly, "This is the river of consciousness, right? That's great. It's said that there's a treasure in the river. Martial Uncle Bing, should we go into the river to look for it? If you're not afraid of death, you can go." Bing Wuching glanced at him speechlessly. The ignorant truly had no fear. The river of consciousness was so dangerous that even a peak golden core expert like Shui Jianfeng was scared out of his wits, and the almighty Lin Yi was buried with Duanmu Yu in the river. If a piece of trash like Fei Liangwei dared to enter the river, he would definitely die a miserable death. Health maintenance Fei had been eager to put his foot down, but when he heard Bing Wuqing's tone, he quickly pulled his foot back. He was ignorant, but he wasn't a fool. Bing Wuqing couldn't be bothered with him. Since he had already gotten the spiritual awareness grass, he had already completed his mission. Without any hesitation, she turned around and left. Marshal Uncle Bing, wait for me. Fei Yongxing looked at the river of consciousness unwillingly, but in the end, he quickly followed Bing Wuqing. Although tempering one's consciousness was tempting, it was not worth mentioning compared to his life. Greed could kill one in such a place. The people on the riverbank left one after another. Lin Yi and Duan Muyu, who had been swept into the river of consciousness, didn't die on the spot, as they had expected, but their situation wasn't any better. The river of consciousness wasn't muddy at all, it was quite clear, and the bottom could be seen at a glance, but after the two were swept in by the wave, all they could see was darkness, not a single ray of light. This was not all. The most important thing was that the suction force of the river water was extremely strong. It was like a bottomless whirlpool. Even with Duan Muyu's strength, he was unable to struggle in the slightest. No matter how hard he tried, it was all in vain. He could only feel his body rapidly sinking, and he was unable to reach the bottom of the river for a long time. As for the already weak Lin Yi, he didn't even have the strength to struggle now. Although he could escape by turning into his soul form, the risk was too high. Based on his intuition, there was at least a 50% chance of his soul being destroyed. Besides, Duan Muyu was here too. Even if he could escape, Lin Yi wouldn't just leave Duan Muyu alone. Lin Yi subconsciously hugged Duan Muyu even tighter. This was a life and death situation, and there was no such thing as love between men and women. The only thing he could think of was that they couldn't be separated, or he'd be screwed. Duan Muyu had the same thought. Her survival instinct urged her to turn around and hug Lin Yi tightly. She didn't know what the situation was, but just like how Lin Yi was able to help her break the Water Lotus Protector's illusion last time, if there was a chance of survival this time, it was Lin Yi who could help her escape death. Lin Yi's position in Duan Muyu's heart had become so reliable without her even realizing it. If it weren't for the fact that they were in a life and death situation, she wouldn't have imagined it herself. A time like this, both Lin Yi and Duan Muyu didn't have the slightest bit of sexual thoughts. They were both trying their best to sense their surroundings. It didn't matter if there was no light, they could still use their spirit sense to see things. No matter how much they could sense, even if it was just a little bit, the more they understood, the higher their chances of escaping. However, due to the strong suction of the river, the two of them could only sense a limited number of things. They could only sense the endless darkness and the cold river water. After a long time, the powerful suction that had been pulling the two of them suddenly disappeared, but to their surprise, the two of them did not sink to the bottom. Even the river became extremely abnormal. They could not feel any buoyancy at all, and they could even breathe freely in the water as if they had entered an indescribable void. This place seems to be an illusion, Lin Yi said, deep in thought. He wasn't completely sure, but this place did give him a hallucinatory feeling. It was different from the Lotus Protector's illusion, though. This place felt like a strange space that was both real and illusionary at the same time. The weirdest thing was that he didn't feel any buoyancy, but the two of them were floating as if they were in outer space, free from gravity. Duan Muyu, on the other hand, was so shocked that she even forgot to push Lin Yi away. "We're finished, we can't go back." "Why can't I go back?" Lin Yi blinked. They'd just been sucked into this strange space and hadn't even had the time to explore it. How could they just jump to conclusions so easily and give him the death sentence? Duan Muyu wasn't someone who would give up so easily. Before I came out, my master had specifically warned me that no matter what happens, I must not fall into the river of consciousness. In history, no one who fell into the river has ever come out alive. They will die without a doubt. Duan Muyu said with a bitter smile, Really? Linny was moved. I was also suspicious about this before, but since the spirit sense grass is real, and what happened just now is also true, there's nothing to doubt. We have to believe it. We are indeed trapped here. Duanmu, you let out a long breath and said, this was completely different from when he was trapped in the mirror world. At least he knew that it was the work of the water lotus protector. As long as he could find the body of the water lotus protector, the problem would be solved. But now, he was trapped in the river of consciousness. It was not man-made, but a fantasy of nature. Unless it had an exit, there was no way to break out. If there was really an exit in this place, a few of the people who had fallen in earlier would have been able to escape. It was unlikely that none of them would have been able to come out. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed a disaster. That's not for sure. Don't be discouraged. Let's explore this place first. We'll think of a way after we've figured it out. Lin, he wasn't too worried about himself. The worst-case scenario for him was ending the soul projection at the last minute, since he could still clearly feel the connection with his body. He believed that even the environment wouldn't be able to stop him from returning to Tianzhou Island. But Duanmu Yu couldn't. If Lin he went back to Sky Class Island, she'd be dead for sure if she was left alone. Then, let's see. Duanmu Yu finally regained his calm. The main reason why she had lost her composure earlier was because she had been frightened by that rumor. After she had reacted, even if she had truly fallen into a desperate situation, she would not have panicked. Chapter 5307. Yes. Linny nodded. If he wasn't so weak right now, it wouldn't be hard for him to explore this strange space with his spirit sense. Unfortunately, he was still busy absorbing the last bit of spirit sense energy from the star black hole, so he could only let Duanmu Yu take charge of this for now. If he had to rely on himself, it would be too much. Duanmu Yu floated in midair as he brought Lin Yi along to explore the area. In the foundation stage, although everyone in the ancient martial world had started to train their spirit, their level was still too low. Their spirit senses range was very limited, and even a well-known figure like Duanmu Yu couldn't even reach 1% of Lin Yi's range. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was to explore a space in detail. However, this was the only way. Although waiting for Lin Yi to recover was not a bad idea, it was too risky. They suddenly fell into this strange space, and, of course, they had to understand their situation as soon as possible. What if there was something extremely dangerous hiding around them? Not long after, Duanmu Yu suddenly stopped her movements. Her divine sense had clearly sensed a huge and thick object blocking her way. Moreover, it was emitting a familiar aura. This aura, Lin Yi reacted first and released a bit of his consciousness to sense it. Why does it feel exactly the same as the spirit sense grass? The root of the spirit sense grass. This was the root of the spirit sense grass. The legend is actually true. Duanmu Yu suddenly became excited. The spirit sense grass is so thin. How can its root be so thick and huge? Did you remember it correctly? Linny was shocked. He found it hard to believe, but he was 80% convinced. After all, the exact same aura couldn't be fake. That's right. It's definitely correct. Duanmu Yu was extremely certain. He said excitedly, it's said that the spirit sense grass can only be harvested from the top portion. Although it's an extremely rare heavenly treasure, if you just eat the leaves, the effects are limited. It's not as exaggerated as people think. It's said that the true essence of spirit sense grass is its roots, but there have been very few people who have found it in history. Even if they found it, they would only hurriedly cut off the leaves, not the roots. Indeed, with such a huge root, most people wouldn't be able to take it away even if they cut it off. Linny nodded. Yes, and the roots grow in such an unfathomably deep place. There's no way to cut it from above, unless you're caught up in it like us. Duanmuyu's expression couldn't help but become a bit dejected, although finding the roots of the spirit grass was a pleasant surprise. It couldn't solve the current predicament. If they couldn't find an exit no matter what was the use of finding more spirit grass? There is always a way out. Since we have been dragged into this, we will naturally find a way out. I believe in this without doubt. Linny said in a deep voice. If it weren't for the faith he had, he and Duanmu, you might still be in the mirror world. Duanmu, you went silent for a moment before looking at Lin Yi deeply in the dark. He then smiled. That's true. I've been too obsessed. As a cultivator, I should stick to my heart and press forward. This is my first lesson before I entered the sect. I didn't expect to throw it to the back of my mind when I encountered a little difficulty. I'm really ashamed. It's normal for people to lose their sense of propriety in such a situation. It's inevitable, Linny said with a smile, not taking it seriously. Oh, really? Then why don't you have it? Duanmu asked. As for me, I've experienced it many times, so I'm naturally used to it. Lin Yi smiled faintly. It was the truth, but it was also because he was at a high enough level. Small problems like this weren't a big deal for someone like him. You speak as if you're really an ancient primordial spirit that's experienced the vicissitudes of life. Duanmu smiled. After knowing so much about Lin Yi, she was sure that he wasn't an ancient soul. But then again, Lin Yi was a mysterious person. The more she interacted with him, the more mysterious she felt. Then change the prefix. I can afford to be an essence soul of the mortal world or a heaven-grade island. Linny said casually, Don't be silly. Tell me what we should do next. Duanmu rolled her eyes at him, but she was much more relaxed after Lin Yi's interruption. She wasn't as tense as before, and she was back to normal. What do you mean? Since we've come across such a good thing, of course we should take it away. The roots of spirit sense grass can't be found outside. This is a great opportunity. We can't miss it. Lin Yi reached out and touched the root of the spirit sense grass, which was like a wall in front of him. He could feel the majestic spirit energy contained in it, and it was different from the star-black coal. It didn't seem to be pure spirit energy, but he would only know the details after he tried it. I also know that this is a rare opportunity, but we don't even know how to get out of here. Besides, it's so big. How can we take it away? Duanmu did not know whether to laugh or cry. That might not be the case. Lin Yi's lips curved up in a playful smile. With a thought, the huge root of the spirit sense grass disappeared without a trace. Ugh. Duanmu was shocked. He remembered that Lin Yi said that he could store any plant in his space when he was fighting the water lotus protector. The root of the spirit sense grass was huge, but it was still a plant. This might be a problem for others, but for Lin Yi, it was just a thought. A monster was a monster. I'll share it with you when we go up. Any objections? Lin Yi asked. No objections. Duanmu agreed immediately, putting aside the fact that Lin Yi wouldn't be able to bring it out without it. This wasn't the time to discuss this. Since he'd already taken the route, he had to find a way out as soon as possible. He wouldn't be able to rest in peace if he used it for his life. The two of them immediately began to explore the strange space around them. But before they could do anything, a loud rumble suddenly came from far away and quickly approached their direction. In the haziness, they seemed to sense the ancient aura of a giant beast. Lin Yi and Duanmu, you were both shocked, but they didn't run away in a panic. They didn't know what this place was yet, and running away would only make them die faster. They might as well take a good look at what was coming. Chapter 53:08. Very quickly, the loud sound spread to the two of them. The two of them were originally floating in this strange space without any point of focus. Logically speaking, even the slightest fluctuation could easily carry them away. However, the result was unexpected. The two of them could clearly feel the powerful pressure on their bodies, but their positions did not shift at all. They were still in the same place. Just as the two of them were bewildered, another sound came from the opposite direction, but this time it was no longer a loud bang, but a baby's cry. It was really chilling to hear it in this place. What the hell is this? Duanmu, you subconsciously leaned against Lin Yi. No matter how strong a woman was, she was still a woman. She couldn't change her nature and weaknesses. Things like ghosts were nightmares to most women, even Duanmu Yu. Primordial spirit. Lin Yi's eyes twitched. He didn't need to use his spirit sense anymore. He could see it clearly with his eyes. The thing that was coming at him was glowing on its own. Lin Yi was too familiar with this shape. It was an essence spirit. However, an ordinary primordial spirit was only a small ball, but the one in front of him was a whole piece. It could be seen that this thing's body was either very large or very strong. Primordial spirit? Why is there a primordial spirit in this place? Duanmu Yu was startled. Lin Yi was confused as well. From the moment he and Duanmu Yu fell into this place, everything they saw and heard made him feel weird. Not only did they find the root of the spirit grass, but now there was a huge ball of essence spirit. What was going on? Just as the two of them were feeling puzzled, a furious voice suddenly exploded in their minds at the same time. Greedy and stupid humans, you actually dare to covet my treasure. I will make you die without a burial ground. Ah, ah, ah. The voice came from the spirit in front of them, and it was like a bunch of children repeating themselves. Lin Yi and Duanmu Yu's heads were about to explode. What do you mean by your treasure? Lin Yi asked, suppressing his headache. Of course, it's the root of the spirit sense grass. Every time I let you humans in, your first reaction is to cut off the roots of the spirit sense grass. You can't even save your own lives, and you're still so stubborn. Hurry up and hand over what you've cut, and I can consider letting you die a less painful death. The primordial spirit suddenly paused here, and then its voice suddenly rose to a higher pitch. Where's the stuff? Did you cut off such a big spirit sense grass root? I didn't. Lin Yi shook his head. He was telling the truth. He didn't cut it. He just put the entire root into his jade space. Impossible. It's impossible for such a big root to disappear on its own. Where are you hiding? Hand it over, or I'll make you wish you were dead. Ah! The primordial spirit seemed to be on the verge of going berserk. I really didn't. Look at us. We're standing here empty-handed, and we don't even know where we are. Where can we hide? Lin Yi continued to play dumb. The spirit fell silent. Lin Yi guessed that even if this guy wasn't the creator of this space, it was at least a controller. Nothing that happened here should be able to escape its grasp. However, the existence of the jade space was an incomprehensible variable, so it was no wonder it was confused. It's definitely your doing. During this period of time, I didn't let anyone in except you. Who else could it be? I'll give you one last chance. If you don't take it out, don't blame me for being impolite. The feeling of living a life worse than death will definitely be unforgettable for you. The primordial spirit threatened. No means no. You can look for it yourself. Do you think it can escape your perception in this place? Lin Yi said calmly. Duanmu, you could not help but smile from the side. Initially, she was a little nervous when she suddenly encountered such a strange primordial spirit. After all, the other party's terrifying pressure, which was like that of a prehistoric giant beast, was not fake. Even if this fellow was only a primordial spirit, it was definitely not an existence that could be provoked. The feeling it gave her was even more unfathomable than that of the water lotus protector and the brain-eating insect. But now that Lin Yi interrupted her, Duanmu, you wasn't panicking at all. The water lotus protector was taken by Lin Yi, and the brain-eating insect was also beaten up by Lin Yi now that he was facing such a mysterious and strange primordial spirit. She believed that Lin Yi would have a way. This was a kind of trust that came out of nowhere. If Lin Yi knew about this, he wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. In his current weak state, he would be thankful if he could survive. How could he deal with this weird soul? Nothing in this place can escape my senses. The primordial spirit was indeed very confident, but then it said, but the root of the spirit sense grass has disappeared. I don't know how you guys did it, but there's no doubt that you guys did it. If I'm not wrong, that should be you. Before he finished his words, a strange head suddenly emerged from the primordial spirit. At first glance, it looked like a snake, but it had 2 ferocious wings and ears. He did not know what kind of species it was, but it did exude an ancient and primitive aura. Lin Yi was surprised this guy knew how to form a yuan spirit too, although it was just a strange snake head. The feeling that it was almost solid was indeed that of a primordial spirit body. At this time, the strange snake head opened its bloody mouth, and the surrounding water quickly condensed into an extremely thin but powerful whirlpool, spreading rapidly towards Lin Yi. One leaf. Duanmu, you quickly stood in front of Lin Yi, ready to use one leaf like a mountain to block the attack. With Lin Yi's current weakened state, there was no way he could withstand the attack, especially in this place where he couldn't borrow strength and could only float. He couldn't even dodge, but before Duanmu you could get into his stance, Lin Yi had already pushed her away. He could clearly see that the opponent's target was him without a doubt. Duanmu, you would only be a fish in the pond if he stayed by the side. He wouldn't be of any help. Using the counterforce from pushing Duanmu you away, Lin Yi dodged and avoided the vortex. But that wasn't the end. The opponent immediately followed up with the same whirlpool. It didn't look like it was going to hit Lin Yi, but once it touched him, a bloody hole would be ripped open. This time, Lin Yi had no place to use his strength. Chapter 53:09. Lin Yi, be careful. Duanmu Yu panicked, but she was a dozen meters away from Lin Yi due to the inertia of being pushed away. She couldn't reach him and could only watch. However, Lin Yi didn't panic at all. He waited until the whirlpool was about to hit him before he dodged it again. Duanmu, you didn't even know how he used his strength. True energy jet. The primordial spirit was surprised. At this time, it no longer needed to use divine sense to communicate, but directly relied on the strange and sinister snake head to speak in human language. You're the fastest human I've ever seen to be able to use true energy jet to move so quickly. However, you're too naive if you think you can survive with such a small trick. As it spoke, the mass of primordial spirit suddenly surged again. Next to its strange snake head, 2 more equally ferocious snake heads grew out, one on the left and one on the right. The only difference was their colors. The middle head was black, while the 2 new heads were red. 3-headed monster. Lin Yi was a little surprised. If the spirit was a cloud of mist the whole time, it would be hard for him to tell its race. It was like a ghost since it only showed itself in black mist all year round. If it didn't reveal it, Lin Yi wouldn't even know that it was an azure dragon. However, now that the other party had condensed a part of the primordial spirit body, it was different. The primordial spirit body could only be condensed and formed according to the appearance of the main body, and it could not be modified at all. Otherwise, the primordial spirit body would not be stable. In other words, since the other party could condense 3 snake heads, it meant that its main body must also have 3 snake heads. The snake didn't answer. All 3 heads opened their mouths at the same time and spat out a thin vortex, which crossed with each other and surrounded Lin Yi. Lin Yi's mouth twitched at the sight. It was a good thing he'd absorbed the star-black coal's spirit sense for a while, and his condition had recovered a little. He wasn't at his peak yet, but at least he could move now. Otherwise, these 3 whirlpools would have taken his life. Facing the 3 vortexes, Lin Yi's body was like a ghost. He moved very slowly, but He changed his direction very quickly, using methods that were impossible to change directions normally. Lin Yi dodged the 3 whirlpools without any mishaps. Duan Muyu's heart was palpitating. She was even more nervous than Lin Yi himself. If she was in his position, she would be dead for sure. Oh, how did he dodge it? Amazing! The primordial spirit was even more bewildered. It's a piece of cake. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Normal people didn't really use this technique because it consumed a lot of qi, but it was a common thing for him to do here. He would use it every now and then, and that was why he was so familiar with it. He was already very good at controlling all directions, or he would have been in danger just now. Interesting. This time, his primordial spirit was completely interested. He temporarily put aside the location of the spiritual awareness grass's root and said with interest, "You look like you're at ease. I was just bored and wanted to use you to relieve my boredom, but now I've changed my mind. I'm going to play with you. Don't worry, it's rare to get an interesting toy, so I won't kill you so quickly." As it spoke, its primordial spirit surged again, and 2 more pitch-black snake heads grew out from its sides. This time, it instantly became a 5-headed snake monster, F***CK. Lin Yi's face darkened, and he regretted his actions. There was a saying that went, "Don't act tough for no reason. You'll be struck by lightning if you act tough." The 5 snake heads spurted out another vortex at the same time, and the only thing Lin Yi could do now was to use his pure energy. He couldn't use other techniques like the butterfly microstep since they were in the water, not on land. If they were on land, Lin Yi's insane speed would be able to shake off all his opponents, unless the opponent was a giant. Of course, that was a false assumption. The top masters of the ancient alliance were only nascent soul monsters. Where would they get a giant? However, now that they were in the water, it was impossible to increase the speed by just relying on true energy. They could only use it to dodge and move. The 5 vortexes were packed together, and the gaps between them were extremely small. Even Lin Yi had a hard time dodging them, but he managed to escape death in the end. He actually dodged it? You're an expert. The essence spirit looked at Lin Yi as if it had discovered a new continent. 5 snake heads. 10 eyes. Even with Lin Yi's mental fortitude, he couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. He could only force himself to reply, "You're too kind. You're welcome. Then try this." As the primordial spirit spoke, 2 more red snake heads grew out. 3 black and 4 red, a total of 7 snake heads. Duan Muyu, who was standing to the side, was dumbstruck. 7 snake heads. What kind of monster was this? Lin Yi, on the other hand, was speechless. 3 if 1 didn't work, 5 if 3 didn't work, and now 7. The 7 snake heads opened their mouths at the same time, each producing a vortex. The 7 vortexes stacked on top of each other. And it wasn't just about the size of the gaps anymore, it was a real spider web. Unless Lin Yi could break it open directly, he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed even if he were to shoot himself to death with pure qi. The 7 vortexes twisted in an instant, and the place where Lin Yi was became empty. He had completely disappeared. Duan Yu's mouth immediately opened wide. He couldn't have been twisted into nothingness by these vortexes, right? However, she immediately saw a spirit on the other side. This spirit was much smaller than the 7-headed snake monster, and it gave off a much clearer and gentler feeling. It even gave her a very familiar feeling. Duan Muyu immediately reacted, wasn't this Lin Yi's spirit? He had no choice. Since he couldn't dodge it, he had to use this last resort. The vortexes looked powerful, but they had no effect on the essence spirit. You're also a primordial spirit. The 7-headed snake monster was extremely surprised. Every sentence it said was repeated by each head at the same time, and the sound was like a baby's cry. Even Lin Yi, who had turned into an essence spirit, subconsciously felt a headache, let alone Duan Muyu. You just realized, aren't you a little too slow? I want to ask, what are you? Linny asked back. He'd heard of 9-headed snakes, but not 7-headed snakes. Plus, this guy wasn't a snake, strictly speaking. At most, his head looked like a snake, as Chapter 53:10. You want to know my original body, right? The 7-headed snake monster sized up Lin E, who had turned into a soul, and nodded happily. Not bad, not bad. To be able to get such an interesting toy like you, this is really a surprise. What nonsense is this? Linny was confused. What was this guy up to? Fine. Special toys need special treatment. Since you want to know my true form, I'll show you. Before the 7-headed snake monster could finish its sentence, 2 black snake heads grew out from its side. Not only that, but it also condensed its entire body. At first glance, its body was similar to that of an ancient giant lizard, except that it had 2 huge, flamboyant wings on its back. 9-headed snake. Duan Mu, you blurted out upon seeing this. That's not right. Out of the 9 heads, 5 are black and 4 are red, and it sounds like a baby's cry. Although it's a kind of snake that's too strange. It's not a 9-headed snake. If I'm not wrong, it should be the legendary 9-headed infant. Lin, he said in a deep voice as he transformed back into his Yuan spirit form. Perhaps he wasn't used to it, but he felt unsafe in this strange environment. Also, only in Yuan spirit form could he absorb the last bit of the star black coal's spirit energy faster and recover his strength faster. Io, you're quite knowledgeable human. It's rare to see a human who can recognize me at a glance. The 9 neonate immediately laughed. All 9 heads laughed strangely at the same time, and it was another ruthless destruction of its ears. Is it really the 9 infants? Duan Muyu's expression changed, and he immediately revealed a look of realization. According to legend, the 9 infants were primordial fierce beasts that lived in fierce water. This river of consciousness was obviously not an ordinary river. It would not be an exaggeration to call it fierce water. This time, Duanmu, you suddenly felt endless pressure. She was not someone who would be easily frightened. However, the 9 neonates' background was too great. Since ancient times, it had been known for its ferocity. Even among the legendary primordial fierce beasts, this fellow was definitely one of the top existences. During their era, humans were still far from being strong. They were just food for them. It was pure luck that they didn't exterminate the human race. It could only be said that they were not fated to die. In the face of such an existence, everyone, no matter strong or weak, would involuntarily tremble from the depths of their souls. This was an instinct passed down from generation to generation. If it wasn't for this instinct of fear, humans would have been exterminated long ago if they didn't run away stupidly when they saw the existence of the 9 infants. You said, I'm a special toy. What do you mean? Lin, he said, as he looked at the 9 neonate. He wasn't scared, as he was far from Duan Muyu's level. Putting strength aside, just the experience on Sky-class Island was enough to keep him calm. After all, no matter how bad *SS the 9 neonate was, it couldn't be stronger than the Azure Dragon or the Vermilion Bird, right? Nothing much. I just feel bored and need to find some toys to relieve my boredom. The 9 neonate chuckled. How do you relieve your boredom? Linny frowned. The situation wasn't in his control, and if he and Duanmu you wanted to live, they had to deal with this guy and think of a way. Hee, you humans will let your thoughts run wild when you're bored. If you think too much, you'll easily go crazy. As for me, my problem is more serious than you humans. After all, you only have 1 head, but I have 9. 2 short sentences came out of the 9 mouths of the 9 infants, which was another headache-inducing torture. So what if you have 9 heads? Linny asked. 9 heads will make you think more. Since you are also a primordial spirit, you should know that once the primordial spirit overthinks, it will be a big problem. If it's light, it will backfire on the divine sense, and if it's serious, the primordial spirit will collapse. So I thought of a good way to pass time, which is to study moves. The 9 neonate explained patiently. Lin Yi's reaction was quick. You want to test your moves on me? That's right. That's what I mean. Since I've worked so hard to create so many interesting moves, wouldn't it be a pity if I don't put them to good use? Those humans from before were so weak that they couldn't even withstand a single blow. There's no value in testing them at all. As for my subordinates, other than a protector and an envoy, the rest are also so weak. They're too useless. The 9 neonates said with regret. Lin Yi and Duanmu, you were both shocked by the words, and couldn't help but ask, "You're the Lord they're talking about." Obviously, the protector it was talking about was the water lotus protector, and the special envoy was the brain-eating insect. With the strength of these two, ordinary spirit beasts could not suppress them at all, let alone make them willingly bow down. However, the 9-headed fierce beast in front of him was an exception. After all, it was a super existence that had been passed down from the ancient times, so it was completely possible. Oh, you know about it. The 9 neonate was stunned for a moment, but it immediately reacted. That's true. All the spirit beasts who have the ability to occupy a territory here are my subordinates. Moreover, every time someone comes in, they are responsible for sending me human tributes. It's not strange that you know this. I want to ask, why do you want so many human tributes? Is it just to get more human toys? Lin Yi and Duanmu, you looked at each other. Of course not. If you want to be my toy, you have to at least find the spirit sense grass. If you can't even find the spirit sense grass, you're either too weak or too stupid. How can you be my toy? At most, those people can only be used as tributes. The 9 neonate paused for a moment, and the next sentence shocked the two. Tributes are for eating, not for playing. Eat. Duan Muyu's expression was extremely strange as he turned to Lin Yi. You need to eat? No need. Lin Yi shook his head decisively. Even normal foundation stage cultivators could abstain from food, so he, as an essence spirit, didn't need to eat much. But he understood what the 9 neonate meant, and smiled bitterly. I'm afraid it's not eating flesh and blood, but the souls of those people. The primordial spirit did not need to eat, but because it existed alone, it lacked the nourishment of the physical body's essence, qi, and spirit for a long time. In addition, it was more or less consumed when it moved its hands, so it needed to replenish its spiritual energy. In addition to heavenly materials and earthly treasures such as star-black charcoal, the most common spiritual energy was the primordial spirit of other creatures that could be seen everywhere. Although it was not pure spiritual energy, an existence like the 9 neonate would not have indigestion. If I let people spread the word that the soul consciousness river can temper one's soul consciousness, 9 out of 10 of you humans would take the bait. If it wasn't for me coming up with the name of the soul consciousness river, who would rush to this damn place? If we're talking about primordial spirits, you humans are the most delicious. Every time I devour them, the 7 emotions and 6 desires are really interesting, and scheming against each other, sinister and cunning. I'm always happy. The 9 neonate's voice was filled with pride. Chapter 53:11. Lin Yi and Duanmu, you understood its intention immediately. They could only smile bitterly at each other. This was a good plan. This guy deliberately made up the signboard of the River of Consciousness and used the refining of spiritual awareness as bait to attract the cultivators of the small Jianghu in the immemorial age. Since these cultivators had already reached the stage of refining spiritual awareness, their primordial spirits should more or less have begun to take shape, but they would not be too strong. For it, They were just snacks that were delivered to its door, one by one. The people of the Primordial Alliance had tried every possible way to get to the River of Consciousness. On the way, they had to face a large number of powerful spirit beasts blocking the way. Those who were slightly weaker had directly become tributes. Even those who were stronger had to cross the territory of the spirit beasts with great difficulty to get to the River of Consciousness. In the end, not only did they not get any benefits, but they had also delivered themselves to the mouth of the nine-headed fierce beast. They would die faster than those tributes. How could he endure this? If they had not heard it from the 9 infants, they would never have imagined that the legendary River of Consciousness was actually a huge scam. Of course, if one were to consider the spiritual awareness grass, the rumor of refining the spiritual awareness could not be considered a pure lie. Unfortunately, only a few people in the entire ancient martial world knew about this. This time, besides Duanmu Yu, only Xue Jianfeng had come to participate in the trial. The others were probably kept in the dark from the beginning to the end. Such a simple empty sentence actually turned into a trap to invite the emperor into the pot. You really have good means. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. It was clearly a simple lie, but because it had been so long that it could not be verified, it became an almost unsolvable scam. The key was that a large number of people did not know the truth until they died, and no one in the outside world had been able to expose the truth. Therefore, the River of Consciousness was still a legend that people yearned for, and the cultivators of the small Jianghu in the immemorial era still rushed forward like moths to the fire. No big deal. Although that was what it said, the word smug was clearly written on each of the 9 neonates' snake faces. It then said, "The things I've developed over the years are much more interesting than this. Come, 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 it's rare to meet a human toy like you. I must try it to my heart's content today." Lin Yi was a little speechless at how eager the other party was. Putting aside the fact that the other party was the ferocious and terrifying 9 neonate, why did he suddenly feel like he was an old kid trapped in a cave? Zhou Batong. Wait a minute. Didn't you say that you still have a protector and an envoy? Their strength is much stronger than ordinary spirit beasts. Moreover, there should be a few outstanding spirit beasts under them. Can't they accompany you to test your moves? Lin Yi changed the topic. He was trying to find a topic to talk about. He wanted to buy time and absorb the last bit of the Star Ink charcoal's consciousness energy. The more strength he recovered, the higher the chance of him surviving. No, don't be fooled by those spirit beasts' looks. They're actually all scums. They're too weak. They'll die with one hit. The 9 neonate shook its head repeatedly and said, "Although that protector of mine can continuously produce clones, the strength of the clones is too weak. They will be shattered with a casual strike. No matter how powerful the move is, the result is the same. There is no way to test out its specific power. Moreover, it does not have an infinite number of clones. If I hit too many of them, maybe one day their souls will be destroyed. Then I will lose my left and right hands." Just as the 9 neonates said, the Water Lotus Protector's clones could be endless, but they weren't strong. Even Lin Yi could defeat it easily before, so it was even more vulnerable to an existence like the 9 neonate. It had no value in testing. Isn't there another envoy? Lin Yi continued to delay. It can't either. Although its skin is much tougher than a guardian's and it can block most attacks, it's only that good. I almost killed it the last time I attacked it a little too hard. It only managed to survive after hibernating for hundreds of years. I value the two of them so much. I can't kill them so easily. The 9 neonates' tone was full of relief. Although it didn't care much about the other spirit beast subordinates, it valued the water lily and the brain-eating insect very much. After all, in terms of racial talent, Even if these two couldn't compare to it, they could be considered unique. Duanmu Yu looked at Lin Yi and couldn't help but think to himself, one of your left and right arms has already been taken by Lin Yi, and the other was beaten half to death. No wonder you want Lin Yi to be your sparring partner. All right, let's cut the crap. I guess you're almost fully recovered, right, human? The 9 neonate suddenly said that IT wasn't stupid. It knew that Lin Yi was trying to buy time to recover, but Lin Yi was just a toy in its eyes. It didn't care about him at all, and it wasn't afraid of him. On the contrary, the higher Lin Yi's strength recovered, the happier it would be. After all, it would be more resistant to attacks. It's almost the same. Lin Yi nodded honestly. He'd already absorbed the last bit of the Star Black Coal's spirit energy. He wasn't at his peak yet, but he was at least 70 to 80%. All right, let's start. I'll give you a simple water and fire dual phase. As soon as it finished speaking, the two heads of the 9 neonate each spewed out an extremely pure energy. One was black water, and the other was scarlet fire. After the two energies left his mouth, they quickly entangled with each other, and then forcibly fused into one body that was inseparable from water and fire, which was really an eye-opener. Mutual restraint and reinforcement. Lin Yi was taken aback. The mutual promotion and restraint between water and fire had been an endless debate since ancient times. There were countless arts and skills in the world of practitioners that were famous for this. It wasn't a big deal to create a similar move, but it was rare to see one do it as flawlessly as the 9 neonate, as expected of an old monster from the ancient times. This isn't just a simple mutual restraint. You should experience it properly. You'll be surprised. The 9 neonate was full of anticipation. It really wanted to test its moves on Lin Yi this time. Not only did it only merge two energies, but it also slowed down a lot so that Lin Yi could see it clearly. Otherwise, if it really got serious, Lin Yi would be killed by it without even knowing. Wouldn't that be a huge disappointment? Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a loud boom. Half of the water and fire energy that had fused together suddenly exploded. Then, with the thrust generated by the explosion, its speed suddenly doubled. Immediately after, there was another boom, and half of the water and fire energy was blown up again, doubling its speed. Chapter 53:12. And this was just the beginning. A series of explosions followed. With each explosion, the water and fire energy was halved, and at the same time, the speed doubled. At first, it was slow, but after a few dozen explosions, the speed had reached its limit. When there was only a little bit of water and fire energy left, the speed was approaching the speed of light, with such a terrifying speed, no matter what it was. Even if it was the softest tofu, it would become an extremely terrifying weapon. There was a saying that speed was power. The power of light speed was unimaginable, and so was quasi-light speed. The attack at the speed of light wasn't only terrifying, but it was also impossible to dodge. As long as it was aimed at him, it was equivalent to hitting him. Fortunately, the 9 neonates' water and fire energy was constantly accelerating, or Lin Yi wouldn't even have time to react. Even so, Lin Yi couldn't use his pure energy to dodge the attack completely. At this rate, there would definitely be a bloody hole in his body. However, Lin Yi wasn't stupid enough to take the attack head-on. He transformed into his spirit the moment he saw that the situation wasn't looking good, and so the energy pierced through his spirit at the speed of light. Nothing happened. F***CK. F***CK. The 9 neonate cursed naturally. It wanted to see what would happen to Lin Yi after he was hit, but it didn't expect him to be so shameless. What was the point of testing his power after turning into a spirit? Lin Yi turned back to his Yuan spirit form and pouted, "What kind of weird moves are you making? It's like a series of firecrackers. Do you think this is the new year?" Although he said that, he had to admit that this guy's wondrous ideas were indeed very good. The prelude of the move just now was a little troublesome, but if it could be improved, just the terrifying speed of the last move at the speed of light was enough to become an invincible killing move. What the hell is a string of cannon shots? The 9 neonate mumbled and shook its head before continuing again. This time, it changed its attack, but Lin Yi still managed to dodge it. If you turn into a primordial spirit every time, what's the point of trying? The 9 neonate was suddenly furious. Its moves could only deal with physical bodies and had no way to deal with primordial spirits. After all, it was a primordial spirit. If it really developed a move against primordial spirits, it would be the first to be injured. In other words, no matter how powerful it was, no matter if it could dodge or not, as long as Lin Yi turned into a spirit, all its new tricks would be useless. I'm not stupid. I know I can't avoid it, but I'm still going to fight it. Do you think I'm stupid? Lin Yi retorted. How about this? As long as you cooperate with me, I can promise to let her go. The 9 neonate's eyes turned as it pointed to Duan Yu and suggested, but Lin Yi shook his head. No need, you don't need to release her. I can still take her out. What big words? The 9 neonate didn't believe this nonsense at all and was ready to make Duan Yu suffer as a punishment. However, before it could do anything, Lin Yi attacked first. It wasn't a pure energy bomb, nor was it the 5 elements killing intent. Lin Yi knew that this level of attack was useless against the 9 neonate, but he still had a way to counter the essence spirit. The pill fire. A normal fire-type attack would not have much effect on a powerful primordial spirit. Moreover, in this extremely strange underwater environment, fire-type attacks would at least be greatly restricted. However, alchemy fire was different. Normal water could not extinguish alchemy fire at all. The key was that it was the natural nemesis of all primordial spirits. In the blink of an eye, a ball of alchemy fire was thrown onto one of the 9 neonates' heads. The 9 neonate immediately cried out in pain, and that head was charred black. The loss this time was even greater than the previous few alchemic fires added together. No wonder the 9 neonate was mad. I'll do whatever you're doing, Lin Yi said faintly. You can also devour primordial spirits. The 9 neonate was shocked. Lin Yi did take Duan Yu's spirit away in one go, and to a guy like it who didn't know the truth, it was undoubtedly devouring the spirit. It also seemed like Lin Yi was stronger than it. Otherwise, how could he take Duan Yu's spirit away from the tiger's mouth? Can you guess? Lin Yi said casually. Strictly speaking, his incomplete hand was similar to his opponent's soul-devouring, but the power was far from it. At least, against a soul of Duan Yu's strength, Lin Yi had no way of dealing with it. You're acting like a ghost. The 9 neonate snorted. That was what it said, but from its performance, it could be seen that it was indeed a little intimidated. This human's primordial spirit was really a little unfathomable. If it wasn't for this accident, it would have wanted to try using essence spirit devour against Lin Yi. It didn't have any refinement fire or other methods that could suppress essence spirits, but it wasn't completely helpless against Lin Yi. At least it was worth a try. However, the primordial spirit engulfing technique was very risky. It had to make sure that its primordial spirit was more than 2 levels stronger than the other party's. Otherwise, it could be devoured by the other party instead, and it would not be able to find its grave even if it cried. The 9 neonate was at least at the nascent soul stage, while Duan Yu was only at the peak of the foundation stage. There was no problem with choosing this target to devour, but if it were to choose Lin Yi in a moment of rashness, it would be fun. Lin Yi's original body was a Xianxing stage master. Even if the projection of his spirit was restricted, It didn't change his nature. A nascent soul stage being devouring the spirit of a Xianxing stage master. If the nine-headed fierce beast really did that, it would never forget the consequences. Unfortunately, the nine neonate wasn't stupid. Before it knew Lin Yi's background, it wouldn't do something so stupid. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile when he saw that the nine neonate was starting to get scared. All right, you idiot, don't waste your time acting tough with me. We're both primordial spirits, and I admit that you're stronger than me now. If you discuss it with me nicely, I'll probably play with you when I'm happy. But if you keep acting tough with me, then fine, let's see who can win. I forgot to tell you, someone gave me a nickname, the head of acting tough. What nonsense is this? The nine infants did not admit defeat, but after a long silence, its attitude softened. All right, as long as you do your best, as my sparring partner, I can give you an unimaginable great fortune. I can give you a chance to reconstruct your physical body. Chapter 53:14. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh again. This guy was still the same just for a sparring partner. He'd try to bribe him instead of threatening him. Just how lonely and bored was he? Reconstruct the body? You have this kind of skill. Lin Yi said in disbelief. Of course, I'm a nine neonate. Do I have to make up such a lie to a human like you? The nine neonate said hurriedly. Then why don't you do it yourself? Lin Yi asked back, his face still showing no signs of believing it. For the Yuan Shun, reconstructing the body was the most important thing, and this temptation was more important than anything else. If there was really such an opportunity, no matter who it was, they would do it at all costs. Even this thing wanted it. He didn't believe that the nine neonate could resist it. It's because I'm from a special race that it just so happens to conflict with this method that I know. Otherwise, I would have reconstructed my physical body a long time ago and wouldn't be cooped up in this damn place. The nine neonate sighed. That IT was not lying. The nine neonate was an extremely powerful race. However, while it gave them extremely powerful talents, it also inevitably left behind insurmountable shackles. It was this kind of suffering. However, it believed that this was an irresistible temptation for Lin Yi. Any other spirit would be tempted, and this mysterious human in front of him was no different, but the result was destined to disappoint Lin. He wasn't interested at all. What you said is useless to me. I have my original body. As long as I want to, I can go back at any time. Impossible. That's impossible. The nine neonates' 8 intact heads cried out in unison. It thought that Lin Yi didn't believe it, and made up this nonsense. How was it possible to go back with the main body? Although there was an out-of-body theory in the world of practicing, the restrictions were complicated. The spirit couldn't be too far away from the body, and with the current environment, it was useless even if Lin Yi's body was on the shore. He couldn't go back anymore, not to mention that he didn't even have his body. You don't believe me? Hee, I can separate my primordial spirit from my corporeal body at any time. I can separate and merge them as I please. Just watch. Lin Yi pointed at Duanmu Yu's body and sent her spirit out. Duanmu Yu was already motionless, but he came back to life after his spirit returned. He looked at Lin Yi with a strange expression. Why did you put me in there again? The situation forced me to do so. Are you all right? Lin Yi was surprised by her reaction. He thought that her spirit entering and exiting his jade space would cause some side effects, and she'd gotten injured. It's nothing much. It's just that the water lotus protector you locked up kept talking to me. He started pouring out his grievances the moment he saw me, trying to get me to plead for him. It's so annoying. Duanmu found it funny. Thinking back to how powerful the water lotus protector was back then, he was speechless that Lin Yi had turned her into this. What? Water lotus protector? It's with you. The nine neonate was shocked when it heard this. It was impossible that Duanmu you had deliberately made this up to scare it, because it had never mentioned the words water lily from beginning to end. It had only said that there was a guardian and a special envoy. Oh, it seems that you're a good lord, and you care about your subordinates. Lin, Yi, and Duanmu, you exchanged a look. How is this possible? Who the hell are you? The 9 neonate could not believe it. It felt that there must be something special about this, but it could not find any flaws at the moment, so it could only believe it. However, even if it was only half believing, Lin Yi's ability was enough to open its eyes. A mere human could imprison the water lotus protector and separate the body and soul at will, separating and reuniting as he wanted. It can't be considered divine. It's just a foreign, primordial spirit. Lin Yi smiled faintly. The more he was like this, the more unfathomable he was in the eyes of the 9 neonate. It was even more unpredictable and extremely fearful. Humph, he's really hiding his true abilities. The 9 neonate snorted coldly. It was already a little impatient and even exasperated. It had occupied the river of consciousness for so many years, and countless masters had died at its hands. It had never been as defeated as it was now. This human's primordial spirit seemed to be weak and seemed to be at the perfected foundation establishment realm. It should not be worth mentioning, but from just now until now, the mighty 9 neonate had been repeatedly defeated and could not do anything to a mere human's primordial spirit. In its anger, the 9 neonate couldn't help but have the urge to devour Lin Yi's essence spirit, but it held back. In the end, the more complicated Lin Yi was, the more it didn't want to act rashly. What if the kid was really a wolf in sheep's clothing? What if he accidentally got himself involved in the process? But then again, it was rare to meet such an interesting human spirit. Even if there was a way to get rid of Lin Yi, the 9 neonate was a little reluctant. You're too kind. Lin Yi looked at the 9 neonate's struggling face and found it funny. Although it was a ferocious and terrifying immemorial spirit beast in the legends, this fellow was really interesting. It wasn't completely inhuman. If they weren't in a life-and-death situation, they might really be able to have a good talk, but Lin Yi wasn't in a hurry. He couldn't do anything to the 9 neonate, but the 9 neonate couldn't do anything to him either. It was up to who was more patient and calm. For Duanmu Yu's sake, Lin Yi wouldn't just walk away like this. He had to slowly wear down Duanmu Yu's personality until he finally accepted the reality and agreed to send them away. The 9 neonate was silent for a long time again before suddenly saying, "How about this? Since you've already taken the water lily, I can let you take over and appoint you as my new protector. What do you think? You want me to be your protector? What do I get in return?" Lin Yi found it weird this guy clearly didn't know what to do with him, and yet it still wanted him to be its follower. Did water get into its brain? "I heard that you have a grudge against the brain-eating insects," the 9 neonate said, pretending to be profound. "How did you know?" Lin Yi froze. "It's too simple. I'm the master of the entire trial ground. My consciousness covers every place here. As long as I want to know something, it can't escape my senses." The 9 neonate said smugly, "Then why didn't you know that I've taken in Protector Water Lily?" Lin Yi and Duanmu, you looked at each other in disbelief. It's different. Its catoptric deflection is its own illusionary realm, which can isolate all divine sense perception from the outside world. Moreover, my control of the entire trial ground more or less depends on the ability of plant-type spirit beasts. Wherever it's around, it's not easy for me to control it. The 9 neonate could not help but say, awkwardly. Chapter 53:15. So that's how it is. No wonder you wanted it to be your guardian. No wonder you were so concerned about it. Lin Yi smiled, but shook his head. By the way, what's the point of talking to me about brain-eating insects? Since your divine senses perception is so powerful, you should know what happened in the river of consciousness before, right? Your special envoy was beaten into a pulp by me. Lin E and the brain-eating insects conflict. Other than the first time he was chased, the second time was when he was completely suppressed by Lin E. If they were talking about revenge, it was the brain-eating insect that came to Lin E for revenge. It was the victim. Badly beaten? Hee. In terms of vitality, brain-eating insects are definitely among the best among all spirit beasts. Do you think it's so easy to kill them? The 9 neonate laughed. The brain-eating insect, of course, wasn't dead. Even Duanmu, you knew this, and Linny was no exception. A creature with such a powerful innate ability wouldn't die even if it was cut into 1,000 pieces, unless its soul was completely destroyed. So what if I didn't kill him? Do you think I'm afraid of a defeated opponent? Linny didn't seem to mind at all at his level. He didn't feel any pressure dealing with brain-eating bugs, and now that he'd beaten them up, he was even more confident. If I remember correctly, you should have a group of underlings, right? Aren't you afraid that the brain-eating insects will find trouble with them? The 9 neonates sneered and threatened. It seemed that it knew what was happening here like the back of its hand. Not to mention everything, at least what it wanted to know could not be hidden from its eyes and ears. Do you think I'm an idiot? Linny asked back. What do you mean? The 9 neonate was stunned. That thing was beaten to a pulp by me. It's already a miracle that it's still alive. Even if it's a brain-eating insect, it won't be able to recover in a short time. Who are you trying to scare? Linny scoffed. With such a serious injury, if the brain-eating insect's recovery ability was so strong that it could be reborn in just a few days, it would be invincible. With its own talent of eating brain, it could grow into a heaven-defying existence. How could a 9 neonate primordial spirit control it? Ugh. The 9 neonate was speechless. It wanted to use this to make Lin E submit, but at least Lin E would be afraid of it. It didn't expect Lin E to not fall for it at all. I'll say the ugly words first. My patience is limited. It's fine if you discuss it with me properly, but if you continue to play such a childish trick on me, don't blame me for not serving you. Lin Yi's face darkened as he gave his final warning. He had enough patience to deal with the other party, but he couldn't let them play tricks on him. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to get them out no matter how long they tried. The 9 neonate couldn't help but feel embarrassed after being exposed by Lin E. It had to give in. If that's the case, why don't you just name a price yourself? What will it take for you to be my guardian? Someone like you, when I was still in my original body, would find it a burden to be my underling, and you want me to be your subordinate. Linny shook his head. Really? The first one to be shocked was not the 9 neonate, but Duanmu Yu, who was beside him. She knew that Lin E came from Sky-class Island, and she could tell from all the amazing skills he used before that even though Lin E was at full foundation, his actual strength was no small matter. She thought that Lin Yi's actual body was at the peak of Golden Core after all. Any higher and he'd be at the nascent soul stage, a top figure in the entire ancient martial world. But according to what Linny said, his original body was stronger than a normal nascent soul old monster. One had to know that the 9-headed fierce beast in front of him was at least in existence comparable to a nascent soul old monster. He was probably bluffing to scare the other party. Duanmu Yu reacted very quickly. Lin E was clearly saying this to run the 9 neonate, so his credibility was most likely limited. Little did he know that Lin E was speaking the truth. Even Duanmu Yu had this reaction, let alone the 9 infants, who were standing on the opposite side. Upon hearing this, they immediately sneered. You think I'm a burden when I'm your little brother? Ha. No wonder they say that humans are the most interesting race. You're so funny. You're a living treasure. You don't even blink when you talk big. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Lin, he couldn't be bothered to explain. There wasn't much to explain, anyway. It'd be a waste of his breath. All right, let's be more realistic, okay? I don't care how powerful your main body is. You're just a primordial spirit now. As the saying goes, people have to bow their heads under someone else's roof. Don't you think so? The 9 neonate was very sincere. All right, Linny nodded. He wanted to compete in patience anyway, and this was exactly what he wanted. I don't know what abilities you have, so it's a bit blind for me to state my conditions. Why don't you tell me what you can state for me? All right, I can give you countless heavenly treasures. As long as you can see them here, you can choose whatever you want. What do you think? The 9 neonates said, "In the human cultivation world, there were 4 words that were important: wealth, companionship, law, and land. Among them, wealth was the most important. However, this wealth did not simply refer to things like spiritual jade or money. It mainly referred to heavenly materials and earthly treasures, which were the most important things for all human cultivators. Almost everything that human cultivators did was inseparable from heavenly materials and earthly treasures from the beginning to the end. For this reason, there were many people who wanted to kill them at all costs. At the end of the day, humans would die for wealth, and birds would die for food. The 9 neonate, this was a weakness that all humans couldn't get around, and Linny was no exception. After all, the ancient trial grounds was under its control, and most treasures were useless to it as an essence spirit. It didn't mind being generous. This once, Linny's one sentence made it choke. Sure, then give me 1,800 spirit sense grass, and I'll agree to it. The 9 neonate almost choked to death by him. It took a long time for it to catch its breath, and its head chattered loudly. 1,800 spirit sense grass? Do you think this is some roadside grass? There aren't that many of them. Then I'll take a step back. 180, Linny said. Do you know what you're saying? The 9 neonate looked at it, as if it was looking at an idiot. Not even 180? There should be at least 8 or 10 of them. Such a large spirit sense river. It can't be that there's only one spirit sense grass, right? Lin, he asked suspiciously. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.